Check, check. Or maybe Poland, Poland? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we're going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at this painting, or we're going to be this detail, maybe let's say, of this painting here by Matejko. And this painting is entitled Stańczyk during a ball at the court of Queen Bona in the face of the loss of Smolensk from 1862. It's a bit of a mouthful, and I've even seen longer versions of that title than that one. This is one of my favorite paintings of all time. It's such a strange painting of a court jester in mourning the recognition that his country, the country of Poland, is in the midst of falling apart, soon to no longer exist, and he's the only one who cares, while the royal family laughs and celebrates and parties in the background, and the sky is literally falling, a shooting star in the corner. If you're Polish, you've seen this painting many times. You've probably talked about it, you've drawn it, you're certainly well aware of Jan and his work and his place in Polish history. But if you're outside of Poland, maybe not so much. Although, had you lived 100 years ago, you probably, I'm sure you would have known who Jan Matejko was. Let's get to it. Let's talk about the plan for today's painting. In a few moments, we'll talk about how difficult or complex today's painting is. If it's something you want to try doing, we'll talk about materials. We'll go through the image transfer process. We'll stain the canvas. We'll talk about Matejko's biography, and then we're going to get into the painting process, which is going to take us a while. And we're not even doing the whole painting. This is a big one. Okay. If you're new to the channel, consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell so you know when these future episodes are taking place. We're going to do another one tomorrow about a different artist. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, a couple dollars, $5, $1 billion, you want to leave your entire family fortune to the channel, we won't complain. You can just scan the QR code there, and it'll take you to this page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. Other ways you can support the channel is through an e-transfer or check in the mail, money order, all those kinds of things, or use the YouTube super chat while we're here live. I'm stumbling all over my words today. I think it's because I've been just looking at clowns and court jesters and doing research into Stańczyk, and my brain is overwhelmed with silliness and dad jokes galore. So anyway, I also encourage you to join our Facebook group. Take a photograph of whatever you've created and join the group. Upload it to the group, and then once every 6-7 weeks or so, I go through everything on the Facebook group, give it free advice, free feedback, and celebrate your achievements, because I think the more people who are making art, the better our world would be. And I'm certain that the subject, Stańczyk, would certainly agree with that. So this is what our Facebook group looks like, and I hope to see your work in our next bonus episode, which will be sometime in February. Okay, so let's go to the top of this here. Oh wow, lots of comments already in the chat there. There's Kathy, lots of red in this one. Ari says, oh my Polish heritage is very happy about this one. Awesome, Ari. Christina says hi, Kathy and Ari. Alex says hello, everyone. Good morning, though it's nighttime here in Sweden. Christina says good afternoon from Memphis, Tennessee, bizarro world of America. Yes, awesome. Great. Christina says, well, this story is relatable. It was relatable when Mateo painted the painting. It was relatable 100 years ago, and I didn't even choose this painting thinking about being relatable, but boy, oh boy, it certainly seems apropos for today. Why does this Jester look like Macaulay Culkin? I don't know. I didn't think of that, but let's get into it. So, let's talk about how difficult or complex today's painting is by looking at the scale of difficulty. So, here's our scale. We go from beginner through to master. Master being Jan Matejko himself, or Frida Kahlo, Leonardo da Vinci, any of the great artists we've looked at over the past 5 years or so. And then in between that, we've got, as I said, beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced. So let's just sort of go through these. Beginner, someone who's never seen me before, never painted before. Today's painting is a little bit much for beginner. Novice, I'd still say novice is going to have a terrible time with this paint. I mean, you could try, but especially some of the details, like fingers and eyes and noses at this size, like they're going to be about the size of your thumb for the face of the Jester here. So intermediate, I think you could tackle it. It's just going to be, it's going to push you to your boundaries. Intermediate is that mushy middle in the middle of the creative journey, which can, for some people, be a matter of months. For some people, could be 30 years. Really, it's at that point where you've kind of done all the basics. You've painted for a little bit, and you're starting to understand what's going on. It's just that you're practicing and getting better and better and better, and ultimately you're going to the next level, which is to go to advanced, and that's where now you're starting to paint your own things and you're feeling a lot more confident. And you're probably only checking into this channel every once in a while because you're like, I got this, I don't need this guy no more. Right? Well, that's kind of the level we're at here. So, and master, as I said, is the top of the mountain, but today's painting is an advanced level painting here. G Gent says hi, long time no see. Awesome, thanks so much for seeing again. Ari says I love a lot of this painting, but they are all over Poland. I need to make it a point to revisit some of those cities. Yes, I've never been to Poland, never been to Ukraine. Those are certainly places I would love to go to myself. Lots of incredible art, incredible history, great architecture, wonderful people, delicious food. What's not to love? So, let's talk about the materials required to get started. Now, I've done an entire hour and a half plus video talking in great depth about what materials you need to paint along with me. But I'm just going to cover it very quickly here. I've created I think it's like 15-20 page long PDF that goes into great depth about all the materials so that you can just print it out. You can scan this QR code, goes right to a folder. You don't have to give me your email address. You don't have to pay me anything. There's no paywall. It's all free, totally anonymous. You can go there, download this, put it on your phone, print it out at home. No one will know you did it. You don't have to suffer the shame of of being known as somebody who's had to get advice from somebody about how to paint. But let's kind of go through this here. We're going to paint with acrylic. After all, this is an acrylic painting class, and which sounds obvious, But I received a message the other day from someone saying, "Why did you paint this painting in acrylic? It's an oil painting." Okay, well, but it's an acrylic painting class. I don't know. Okay. So anyway, this is an acrylic painting class. We're going to paint in acrylic. Yes, I know this original painting is an oil paint. Sure. And we're going to be painting on a 9x12 size canvas board. And yes, the original is not 9x12. It's much bigger, right? Okay. It's funny, the comments on the internet here. Optional. I'm not sure if we're going to use any of these materials, although I did use white acrylic gesso after I took the canvas out of the plastic. I did gesso it again. So that's, for painting like this with a lot of detail, that can be really helpful. I put this here to remind myself to get some rags out so they're nice and ready here, because whenever I don't have my rags within arm's reach, I spill something and make a terrible disaster. So if you want to avoid a disaster, consider getting a towel or a rag handy, because that's going to save your butt when your water bottle or coffee spills all over your painting. We're going to be using what's called a split primary palette, and that's what we've been doing for all 388 paintings so far. What this method does, I didn't invent it, but I'm certainly on a mission to popularize it. It's something that really is a relatively recent concept, about 100 years old. And what it does is it emphasizes color temperature, because what we've done is split the so-called primary colors in half into warm and cool components. So you see you've got 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white. And I'm probably going to mix my own black. I've got a tube of black paint I've had for 5 years. It's still half full. I might use a little bit of it today. We'll see, because there's a lot of dark shadows in this painting. It could be helpful. But at the long story short, what we're wanting to do is emphasize color temperature by using the split primary palette process method. Because every color has a temperature, and scientifically we measure color temperature through Kelvin units. If you've got a camera, digital camera, like a mirrorless DSLR camera, you've probably heard of this kind of stuff, like white balancing of your camera. The way that our eyes function is that warm colors appear closer versus cool colors appear further away. So when you're making a painting, all you got to do is ask yourself, where is the color I'm painting? Is it in the foreground? If so, warm colors. Is it in the background? If so, cool colors. If it's kind of in the middle, it's going to be a combination of a little bit of both, right? And if you do this, we can create the illusion of 3 dimensions of depth in a painting, even if you do an abstract painting. If you're painting a Mark Rothko or Jackson Pollock and you want to see some depth through all of those colors, we can use warm and cool colors to make one color appear to advance or recede. Now I'm just going to go through these paints here really briefly. I'm about to use these Amsterdam acrylic paints. I'm not sponsored or paid by them. No one's given me any free supplies. No one's flown me to Hawaii and put me up in a nice hotel so that I can promote this paint or anything we're about to do. It's entirely supported by your donations. So thank you so much for those of you who support the channel. This tube of paint costs about maybe $14 American, $19 Canadian. This is the 250 milliliter. You can certainly spend a lot more paint like that golden paint. You can spend maybe $30 for a 125 milliliter, so twice the price for half the paint, and it's maybe 10% better paint. This is considered to be kind of like a intermediate student to professional level paint. I think it's great bang for the buck. The best quality paint for the lowest price for sure. Now I'm just flipping through all of these different paints here. You can do screenshots or just download the PDF. It's all written and nice and easy to read. But I'm just showing you these because there are some paints that are not effective for what we're about to do. Because every paint company adds a little bit of titanium white as a filler into the paint, But these 4 companies do an egregious job of that, put way too much white in their colors, and it just makes it kind of impossible to mix a black like I'm going to do, because if you got colors that have white in them, they're going to be very gray when you mix that black. If you're doing a lot of pastels, all right, then these paints are probably going to be fine. This also goes, any kind of paint you get at the dollar store is going to have an extremely high ratio of white in the paint, making it unusable for this type of thing that we're about to do today. So go out and spend, you know, $100, get some good paint. It's going to last you for 2 or 3 years, and so it's $100 sounds like a lot, but when you break it down per painting, it comes out to like $1 or $2. Okay. Akash says, attending your sketching playlist from India right now. Big thanks. Thank you so much for watching the free drawing course. That's awesome. And I love that you're watching on the other side of the world in India, my friend. Thank you, my brother. Katie says, hello, everyone. I'm listening in today while I paint my own paintings. This one is probably way above my skill level, but I love seeing it. Awesome. Thanks so much, Katie. Thanks for keeping me company. I can't wait to see what you're creating today. So, our first step is to transfer the image, which I just printed out, onto our canvas here. So let's look at this process. So I've got this piece of paper that I printed today's image out on, and I'm going to transfer it onto the canvas. So in order to find that image, you can go to the, scan this QR code or go to that web address. It's going to take you to the Dropbox folder. And so let's just take a look at that here real quick. So you'll see at the very top of that, if you click that link, at the very top, there's our supply guide where you can download all of the information I mentioned before about materials. The first next folders are for the basic color wheel. So if you're just starting out and you want to know how to paint, I think mixing the color wheel is really, really important. Understanding color temperature and the value, essential skills, those are all individual episodes to which these files correspond. And then you're going to see about 400 different folders of different artists organized by first name and then last name. Unless you're somebody like Donatello, Raphael, Leonardo, or Michelangelo. I haven't done an episode on Splinter or Shredder, other members of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle expanded universe. But you can see there's Edvard Munch and Edward Hopper, Elizabeth Peyton, Frida Kahlo, and so on and so on. So it's by first name and then last name. And we are Jan Matejko right here. And inside you're going to see the original full-sized painting is right there in the middle. And then there's 2 versions of the finished painting. One's the original one I've lightened up so you can see the darker areas a little bit easier. And then 2 versions of this outline, which I traced on my iPad using the Procreate app. So let's get to this here. Again, I just printed this out on my LaserJet printer here at home, and I'm going to transfer it onto this 9x12 sized canvas board. Okay, it does look like Macaulay Culkin, doesn't he? It's actually a self-portrait of the artist himself because, well, we'll get into the history of this painting, but the Stańczyk, the famous court jester, real-life human being, there's no photos of him. He died in the mid-1500s, so this is the artist sort of painting his best representation of what Stańczyk could have looked like, and also it's kind of a little bit of a he's placing himself as the artist in the role of the Jester here, which is also kind of funny and kind of poignant considering the history of Poland at the time, which we'll get into. Where's my pen? Here we go. Now I got too many rags. Although I shouldn't say that. It sounds like a jinx, because then I'm going to have a huge problem. Okay, so I'm going to use some carbon paper here. You can see that one side is kind of gray, one side's darker, but you can also see it's been used many times. I'm just debating to myself, has that been used too many times? Because after a while, it becomes less and less effective, but you can get about 20 tracings out of one sheet, depending on how complex the image is. So, let's move this out of the way for a moment. And sip some tea. I've already turned the kettle on and had it heat up so that I can take a break and get more tea at some point. Okay, I'm just going to trace a few lines. Let's just take a look. That's on the lighter side of things. I'm confident I can make this work, but if you're a beginner painter, you might want to use a newer sheet of carbon paper, because potentially having one that's running out of carbon could be a little bit confusing. But now there's lots of folds in the clothes. I'm not going to draw every fold. Both because it's time consuming, but also it could take me a little longer to I just don't think I'll be able to paint all those folds, long story short, because that's a lot of detail. So I might have to condense, some of those folds down to, let's say there's 5 folds, condense it to 3 or 2, just because of the size of the painting that I'm working on. And also little details like all these buttons and what do you call it? This kind of scalloped pattern on his clothes. It's possible I'll be able to do all of that, but I'm not so sure. So long story short, there's probably going to be a little bit of reinterpretation as I do this painting. Okay, let's just take a quick look, see how it's gone. It's definitely on the lighter side of things. Might just slide this carbon paper over. Redo those eyes a bit. Mostly what I use these outlines for is just to kind of get the basic composition in place. Like, where is the foot, right? If I can use this to help me paint the painting so I know where the foot is supposed to go, that just makes my life so much easier. But I'm not thinking of using it as to make a complete slavish copy of the original. You know, all of this woodwork. You know what? I'm just going to simplify this chair. I don't want to spend 3 hours painting a chair today. If I can cut that down to like an hour, I think that would be fine. And it's not like the chair is what everyone is clamoring after in this painting. I'll just kind of show, see how I simplified that. Oops. Traced a bunch of lines, and then yet I forgot there was no carbon paper there. Genius. Genius. So when you see how complex the entire painting is, you can understand why I'm only doing a small portion of it. Arguably, I mean, certainly the most important part of the painting. Not that the rest of it doesn't have significance as well, and I would say doing the painting the way that I'm doing it today certainly kind of takes away some of the context for what's going on, but I think if you wanted to do another painting on the side here, you could. Showing the revelers in the background there. So I'm moving that paper up and down, not because I farted or something and I'm trying to clear the air. It's because it's kind of like animation, like a flip book. I'm looking at it to see if I've got the lines or if there's anything missing. This little bit of paperwork on the table is kind of important. I'm just debating. There's a cloth there. What if I just, maybe I'll just eliminate that. Just one more detail that can slow the whole process down. There is a window that's kind of off to the left here. That, you know, when I was doing the outline, I was like, maybe I could fit the partiers here, but the window there. And then it's like, ugh. Now I'm really starting to change the painting. Okay. Well, I guess I'm done because this just fell right off. Okay. Lining it back up is basically impossible. So, well, not impossible. It's possible, but too time-consuming to be really worthwhile, unless I really, absolutely made a disaster and needed it. Okay. Our next step here is to do what's called the Imprimatura. It's the most fun art word to say, so you got to say it out loud. Even if you're in a crowded subway train, you got to say Imprimatura. Everyone's going to turn away. What? And you go, what? I didn't say anything. Imprimatura means the prime layer. We're going to prime the canvas or stain the canvas with a little bit of color. Now, a lot of artists today don't do this. I can't say for sure whether Matejko did this, but I'm sure he would have learned about it. This would have been in probably one of the first classes he took at one of the various different schools he went to. He went to art school like at 13 or 14 years old. I've seen some places calling him a self-taught artist. I think he did teach himself a lot of stuff, but he also went to school in Vienna and Munich, and so I think he was quite... There's definitely a lot of mythology around today's artist because he is considered to be probably Poland's greatest painter. But I wouldn't say he was totally self-taught. But anyway, he would have learned about the... So what I've just done here, I've got sidetracked while I'm painting, is I took some warm yellow and I put about 50%, 40% water here, mixed it up, and I'm spreading it over top of the canvas. Now, as I said, artists today are less likely to do something like this, but certainly artists of this period would have known about this. This would have been probably standard practice back in the day. Different artists use different colors. Leonardo da Vinci would have used, for instance, a bit more of a brownish, like a yellow dominant brown, versus Michelangelo used a kind of greenish color. And it's worth remembering that Leonardo and Michelangelo were at one point literally working on walls that faced one another in the same room. And they had different ideas about how to paint. So no two artists can really agree on anything. So if you're like, I don't agree with that, I don't want to do that, well, that's the secret password to becoming an artist. That's the secret handshake, is if you can be defiant and disagree with everything another artist says, then welcome to the club. Right? If there was a secret art club society like the Freemasons or something, and you showed up to the door and they said, "What's the password?" and you said, "Fidelio," and they said, "No, it's not. It's a hamster wheel," and they go, "You're right. That's the more vigorously you argue your position, the more likely it is that you are an authentic artist." And I say that I teach at the best art school here in Canada, and I have lots of colleagues and students who are all convinced that they've figured it out, and the rest of us are fools. All right, so I'm quite used to being told that I'm wrong and this is another way is right. That's just the way it goes. Okay. Christina's trying to line it back up with the original has ended so sadly for me so many times when you're doing the outlines. I know. How would you say it? Mickey Cat and Co. Oh, or is that how you said? Mickey Cat and Co? Or Mikey Cat and Co? I don't know why this stream is on my feed, but sir, you have a fabulous mustache. Thank you. Mr. Smidge says, currently starting your 40 video drawing class here on YouTube. I look at your channel, and of course you're still at it. I love it. Looking forward to your teachings. Thank you so much. Yes, Christine says, the power of the stash brought you here. I agree. It really is something. Christine says, Michael, is there a disadvantage to transferring the image after the Imprimatura? Probably not really. One of the reasons why I like to do it here before I put the yellow Imprimatura, or green or purple, pink, whatever color you want to put down, is that I'm kind of hoping in some way that yellow is going to just kind of preserve those lines so that they're less likely to kind of get smudged if I paint on top of them. That if I just do this really quickly, that might lock them in a little bit. There's that. Another fear that I sometimes have is if you try, you might have done this before, if you've tried to do an image transfer with the carbon paper on top of paint, as dried as it is, I often notice that the carbon paper likes to stick to the acrylic and to that surface and can leave like it pulls off, and sometimes you got these little areas of black on there. Obviously, it wouldn't be so much of a problem at all because we're going to paint over everything. But if it's just one less thing I have to think about, then it's just easier. So I always prefer to do the image transfer first before I do any kind of staining. I think though that it's probably negligible. I think probably most people would probably notice little to no difference whatsoever. But yeah, good question, fair question. He says, I only asked because I did that today, and yes, the carbon left patches. Interesting. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I've probably done that before. I certainly have painted the whole surface. I think maybe just last week I painted the whole painting, and then, or like put a color there, and then did the image transfer afterwards. And it does sometimes leave little patches of carbon paper that pull off and adhere to the surface. I have had good luck using what's called a kneadable eraser for this to erase things. Or kneadable eraser is great because it doesn't leave any residue. So it just sort of, it's like a sponge. It kind of wicks up pencil marks. So those things cost a couple dollars at your local art supply store, and I think well worth the purchase. Okay, let's blow dry this real quick. think that's mostly dry. And just before I move on, I just want to double check, look at this painting, and just to see if there's anything I want to do at this stage. Oops. So again, there's the original, there's the version, or that's close to the original. I think I even brightened this up a little bit. Yeah, I was just wanting to see, maybe I want to do a stain or paint the surface a slightly different color, but I think my yellow is going to be fine. There's Mr. Bunny Batista. Just happened to be wearing a shirt printed with this painting on it. Wow. That is quite the incredible coincidence, my friend. That is, yeah, Christina said, that's wild, Brian. That's cool. Hey, but good to see you, my friend. My friend Brian Batista there, also a great YouTuber. So if you're watching this right now, go click over to Brian Batista's YouTube page there. Click subscribe. Very inspiring artist. He runs an art studio back in our hometown of Calgary. And okay, so let's what was I going to do next? So while our painting continues to dry here with the Imprimatura, I'd like to just take a few hours to go in and talk a little bit about today's artist and ultimately the significance of this particular painting to myself and broader art history. So, Jan Matejko, and I should even just say right off the top of that, I am going to mispronounce a million Polish names and cities and people, and I know I should know better as a fellow Slav, being able to, but as someone of Ukrainian descent, I've heard my own name pronounced in so many different ways that I have, I just respond to anything. I respond even though my first name's Michael, my last name's Markowsky. If I'm at the grocery store and I hear someone say Mark, I will turn, because people often call me Mark. I had a teacher, my friend Brian there in the chat might remember, Richard Halliday, when I was in art school back in Calgary, who called me for 4 straight years Mark Markowsky. And, you know, after you correct him a couple times, you're just like, I guess that's who I am from now on. I'm Mark Markowsky. And, you know, it kind of sounds, it kind of works too. So that should maybe be that's my spy name. Okay, so Jan Matejko is born in 1838 in the city of Krakow. I was going to say Poland. It is part of Poland now. But as we'll talk about here, at the time he was born, Poland no longer existed as a country, and it didn't exist for about 150 years there. It didn't exist during his lifetime, and he didn't live to see Poland regain its independence in 1918, only to lose it again in 1839 when Hitler and the Nazis invaded, and then to be liberated, but only kind of part of, right? I mean, Poland, like Ukraine, has been one of those countries that has been independent, conquered. Poland has conquered Ukraine at some point as well. But like a lot of those countries in Central, Eastern Europe have gone back and forth and back and forth. And that features very prominently as in the work of Matejko and many of the reasons why he made the paintings he did. But let's get to it. So he's born in 1838 in Krakow and dies kind of at the young age of 55 in 1893. And during his lifetime became as many people today would agree, is the single greatest painter in all of Polish history. And he's often known as the national painter of Poland, partly because what he did is made a whole bunch of paintings that depict pivotal moments in the history of Poland. But I think what's most incredible and important is he did those paintings at a time when Poland did not exist as an independent country. It had been overtaken and occupied by 3 different countries, split apart, and had it not been for this great artist and other artists, writers, poets, musicians, it's quite conceivable that Poland would no longer exist today, because he is chiefly seen as the central force in preserving Polish identity and culture during a time when the country itself had ceased to exist. So, again, that's why if you're of Polish descent, you already know all of this. It's been hammered into you. It's in, I'm sure Matejko's art is on the cover of every Polish history book, every Polish art history book, every book on Polish identity, right? You're probably sick and tired of hearing about him. But I think if you're someone outside of that sphere, you're probably learning a bunch of this stuff for the very first time. So let's what else I mean, there's tons of stuff. I did tons of research over the past week or so on him. I'm just trying to think of where should we start. Okay. In fact, I'm going to pull up some of my own notes that I wrote here. So he's born into a large family, a very literate, intellectual family, a family that is deeply interested in the history of Poland and the politics of the time. Growing up, he would have heard his family talking and debating the various goings-on in Poland, and probably mourning the loss of what was, because do I want to get into this right now? Okay, so let's pull let me see. Oops. Okay, so let's do a 5-minute digression to kind of the history of Poland. So Jan Matejko is born into the middle of what Polish people would consider to be the most painful, most traumatic part of Polish history. That obviously the Nazi occupation and the concentration camps are a whole other level of horror, and it's kind of sick to try to compare which one was worse. All right, there's been many unfortunate things that have happened to the Polish people over the centuries, but the quote partition of Poland, which happened over 3 successive times, saw the country of Poland evaporate from the face of the earth and be divided into 3 by the 3 main forces that once bordered it. That being Russia, that being Prussia, which is essentially Germany, or what we know today as Germany, and Austria. So Poland is kind of surrounded by those 3 different countries. Let's just kind of zoom out here. If we were to look at a map of Poland in the mid-1500s, you would see that Poland was the largest country in Europe. Poland went from up here in the Baltic Sea, I believe, all the way down to the Black Sea, where Ukraine is. Although I don't think they at that point had occupied this area of, I think, definitely western Ukraine for sure, and had stretched all the way up here, almost to Moscow, all the way up here to Estonia, Lithuania. In fact, people would, this was, I think it was called like the Lithuanian Polish Empire or something like that. But essentially, Poland was this huge, vast territory. And on its borders, you had Germany, you had Austria, which now looks very small in comparison, but Austria occupied kind of this whole area down here. And then you had Russia, which was hadn't gone as far east as it has today. And so Poland was this huge country that was kind of governed by a series of kings, and during the 1700s had kind of, I don't want to get into the whole complexity of the Polish constitutional system, but essentially the bureaucracy of how it worked had made it become increasingly kind of ineffective. Things were really, people, basically kind of everyone had kind of veto power on any decisions made, so no decisions got made, and became very easy for outside countries to influence Poland and make decisions that were against its own interest. You had these outside influences that were actively bribing members of the government and the royal family to make decisions that went against the people of Poland, until the mid or late 1700s, when those three countries of Germany, or what was Prussia, Austria, and Russia, kind of got together and just said, okay, well, we're taking your country and we're going to just start taking chunks of it, until they, over three partitions, as they were called, completely erased Poland from the map. So, which is absolutely remarkable. I mean, just, again, put that into your imagination of the biggest country in Europe, the most powerful, I'm trying to think what's another, but I guess let's say the most powerful country in Europe over the series of about 30 years collapses and becomes just parts of it, the surrounding its surrounding enemies. And for the people of Poland, during the late 1700s through the time of Matejko, until Poland re-achieves independence in 1918, is the most tragic, most painful, most humiliating period of Poland's history, where Poland goes from hero to zero, from being at the top of the world, being able to do anything it wants, being able to travel for weeks on end from one side of the country to the other, to no longer being able to be found on a map. And so it was in this kind of cultural wasteland and desperation at its lowest point. You have this young man is born into the world. And I think understanding the situation of Poland at that particular time in history helps you understand why he makes the decisions he does to create to pursue the career that he does, to make the paintings he does. So he's born into an intellectual family. His father was a music teacher. His mother had Polish-German heritage, or Prussian heritage, as they would have said at the time. He was kind of a quiet, introverted child, was mostly interested in art and drawing, but was not himself particularly academically inclined. At age 13, he enrolled at the Krakow School of Fine Arts, right? So, again, this is in a period of time where that wouldn't be so uncommon, because different attitudes about education is like, well, this kid's pretty good at drawing. What's the point of making him learn quadratic equations, might as well just send him off to art school right now, because it's completely pointless. Would make more sense if we still did stuff like that. I wish I didn't have to learn about quadratic equations and I could have just gone to art school at age 13. But that's going to be in my next letter to the editor. So, what else do I want to say here? So, I think Matejko, he goes, he does a little bit of traveling. He travels to Munich and Vienna for a time, where he also studies art. But as I think myself, as anyone who's left home for a period of time, starts to kind of see home a little bit differently. It's like, so in my case, I went to New York and London, England, and later Los Angeles. And so I left Canada. I mean, I would come back and forth, but I moved away for about 15 years in my 20s, late teens and 20s, and it's seeing your own home country from afar makes you appreciate, makes you understand what's unique about where you come from in a way that's very hard to do when you're inside, in the middle of it. And for him, when he went abroad, I think it, especially because he spoke Polish, quite obviously. Polish is notoriously a difficult language to learn and to speak, and certainly would have made him stand out a little bit. He would have, probably been ridiculed a little bit as the kid from the occupied territories, and that would have reinforced in his mind that he was other. He's not like these other kids. He's from the country that no longer exists. And I think that kind of put in his mind, like, somebody's got to preserve our country. Like, there's no images, there's no paintings, it's the country no longer exists. How much longer is it before Polish as a language no longer exists? How much longer is before our history is completely evaporated? So he takes it upon himself to undergo the role of being the kind of official illustrator of Polish culture and history. And over the course of the next 30 so years of his life, until he passes away at the young age of 55, he creates really many of the most important paintings in Polish history. Paintings that still resonate to this day. Many of them are huge, monumental artworks. In fact, let's find his home. Oh, okay. So I was going to say, this is the museum. I just want to make sure that. Oh, we went right into the into the home. What does it look outside here? Let's go back outside. Come on. Oh my goodness, what have I got myself into here? Let's do this again. Ah. Okay. So this here is the former home of Jan Matejko, and it's now a museum, cultural center, exhibition space. And I mean, I've never, as I said, been to Poland, but you can see, look how beautiful all this architecture is. it's amazing that so much of this has survived, considering what happened during World War II and the Nazi occupation and destruction of so much of the country. But you know, a lot of Eastern. I was just talking to somebody the other day in one of my classes. A student is talking about going to Poland and Romania, Hungary. I'm like, oh man, that just sounds like the coolest trip. It used to be so much cheaper before the euro, but anyway. So, what else do I want to mention? Oh, let's go back to the Wikipedia page here. There's today's painting. I mean, Matejko is like the, you know, this incredible master of, you would be considered one of the greatest history painters of all time. And historically, in the sort of the strata of fine art, history painting was at the top. That's your Mount Olympus. That's what every great artist aspired to do. If you were a history painter and you were successful at that, you were considered to be one of the great living artists of your time. And then, so if we go kind of all of the other levels down there below, what would be next highest below history painting? Probably would be like portraiture of kings and queens. I know there's a whole bunch. I can't think off the top of my head, but then you would get down to maybe landscapes, still lifes. What's on the bottom? I'm sure there's something on the internet I could just find, but essentially, he is at the top of the hierarchy of fine art, and it's one of, I should also say, history painting was one of those genres which was essentially off limits to female artists. And I think that's an important thing. If you look at kind of all the female artists we've talked about throughout these episodes, none of them were history painters. I don't think it's because any of them, I think probably some of them would have liked to have done that, but that was kind of off limits. Like, women are not allowed to do that, kind of, for whatever bizarro reason that some old white dude decided is the way things are. That was the way things are. So that's why you would often see female painters would be relegated to kind of the lowest rungs of that hierarchy, which is like still life painting, paintings of cats and dogs and their female friends. And many of them did an exceptional job of it. Some of them were able to rise a little bit higher, but anyway. Wow, I didn't even realize he did these. These murals? I didn't know he must, wow. That's very interesting that he did this. Huh, okay, learned something. There's his tomb in the center of Krakow. Here's another one of his houses that's also a museum. He's also quite famous for having done portraits of the various different members of the Polish royal family long after they had ceased to live, but he kind of, again, saw himself as like the historian, the illustrator of Polish history. And even though some of what he created is based on his research, he was deeply interested in research and and so there's, you know, in terms of level of historic accuracy, he probably did absolutely everything he possibly could to get as close as possible, but still used his imagination for a lot of these things. This is also a very famous painting, potentially something I might want to do again in the future, is this painting of the astronomer Copernicus, who was a Polish citizen himself. Copernicus is quite famous as the person who recognized that the Earth revolved around the sun as opposed to the sun revolving around the Earth, something which was at the time blasphemous and got Copernicus into a tremendous amount of trouble. But here you have Matejko making a portrait of arguably the most famous Polish person of all time, and also deliberately emphasizing Copernicus's Polishness at a time where, again, Poland it no longer exists, and those three occupying forces are doing everything possible to kind of reclaim influential Polish figures from history as their own. So, for instance, at the time, the Prussians or Germans were actively trying to transform Copernicus into an important figure in German history, because after all, now they owned part of Poland, and so they were saying that Copernicus is actually a German astronomer and scientist. And so, for instance, in this painting, there's all sorts of clues we can go into great depth about. But he sets this painting in Poland. This iconic piece of architecture here. The lamps, the various different things on the ground, the text, all these things that are specifically Polish people, that anyone in Poland would recognize as Poland, and to help kind of cement in people's mind that you can call them whatever you want to call them, but everybody here knows the truth, right? And I think what's also incredible, I think, about Matejko's work is that it survived. And it survived because of the quality of his painting. Is that unlike other paintings which could have been destroyed, burnt, and forever disappeared to help quash this kind of dissenting, rebellious act of Matejko's to highlight these figures, people couldn't deny the quality of them, and sort of all kind of had to tacitly acknowledge the truth behind them. And we'll talk about how specifically that applies to today's painting as well. I mean, each one of these paintings has super interesting history. I think we see the Jester Stańczyk appear. I think that's him there again. He appears in a number of these paintings. I'm just going to go back for see him again. He's somewhere in here, I think, too. Anyway, he's kind of this reoccurring character in a number of paintings. It's also because Stańczyk, well, maybe we'll get into who Stańczyk is here in a second. I'm hoping Wikipedia's got one of my favorite paintings by him in here. I haven't actually looked through the Wikipedia page. I'm hoping I haven't gone through this list a few times already. I just want to find it because I just think it's hilarious. Okay. I don't know if this is going to show up very well. I'm just kind of pulling this up here. I find this hilarious. This painting, which is like the execution or the judgment of Jan Matejko by Jan Matejko. Essentially what he's doing here is he is like sort of trying to foretell his own death here. What he's got is a painting of I want to hide this. Oh, come on. No, I don't want any help buying. What he's doing, this is a painting depicting these officials reading out the death sentence, the arrest orders of Jan Matejko. Kind of a semi-fictional event. I'm sure he was definitely always running afoul of the law, the occupying forces. He was living in the Austrian part of Poland, which was the most liberal, the least controlling, authoritarian occupying force. The Germans and the Russians were much more brutal on their occupation of the Polish people during this time. Austria wasn't great either, but if you had to be in one of the three parts of Poland at the time, probably Austria's would have been the best. Mostly that's because on the Russian side, it's all really also about religion. On the eastern side with Russia, you have the Russian Orthodox Church. On the German side, you have the Protestants. Poland was and has always been a very Catholic country, so the Protestants and the Orthodox made a big show of kind of crushing the Catholic Church when they owned Poland. But so here, I just think it's funny that he made a painting of these officials kind of reading his death sentence, which is it's almost it's sort of like a it shows his humor. It kind of also is like a preemptive strike to say, like, here's my painting of what the authorities plan to do to me. So that almost like the authorities go, hey, we wouldn't do that. What? Why are you so paranoid? And then meanwhile they're like, well, now we can't arrest him because he made a painting talking about how we were going to arrest him. Now we're going to look like fools, and he's going to say, I told you so, sneaky Matejko, right? I just think that is one of the most brilliant moments in all of art history. Him making this painting is just a genius. Okay, what else do I want to mention? I mean, I could go on and on. Many of the paintings that Matejko did are huge, monumental canvases. That's another big thing with, like, history painting. And we can even think about that in terms of, like, the history of male, masculine art always tends to be big paintings, right? And that goes all the way through to abstract expressionism with Jackson Pollock and Rothko, and you see these huge paintings and you stand in front of them, and if you get close enough, that's all you can see. It fills up your peripheral vision. And as opposed to when we talk about, like, female painters not being essentially allowed to paint history painting, and they're making little still life paintings, little portrait paintings, that's a big part of what we're talking about here. And it's one of the reasons why someone like Andy Warhol, whose work is kind of immediately after or at the very end of abstract expressionism, maybe puts the nail in the coffin to abstract expressionism, is making these little paintings of Campbell's soup cans, right? That it's all about kind of it's the rebellion against that dominant form of painting, and one of those qualities is scale. So he towards the end of at the last about a decade or so of his life. I think it's 1790 or 1873 or so. He becomes, so he starts teaching at the university, at the main art school in Krakow. I think, is it Krakow or Krakow? But essentially, and he becomes, I think, like the head of the school, and he teaches there until he dies. And as a teacher, the Krakow School of Fine Arts, there he is. So he becomes the head of the Krakow School of Fine Arts in, I think, 1873. In 1873, Matejko became the director of the Krakow School of Fine Arts, a position he held until his death. And while he's there, he influences certainly the next generation of painters, but through his role as a teacher, and through his work itself, he becomes the most influential painter in all of Polish history by far, not even close. He's, how would you say, he's kind of like every artist in Poland in some way has to reckon with the elephant in the room, which is Jan Matejko. Has to respond to how his work has influenced theirs, or how they're going in a different direction from the directions that he established. Every artist, in the same way that Canadian artists maybe used to have to talk about their own personal relationship to the Group of Seven, or Emily Carr, Tom Thompson, or the way maybe Italian artists have to acknowledge Leonardo and the other Mutant Ninja Turtles in whenever they talk about their own artwork. Trying to think of, I don't know if there's a singular American painter that Americans always have to separate themselves from. I have to think about that one. You let me know in the comments if you can think of a particular American artist, or a French artist. But that just shows how the position that Matejko occupies within the history of Polish art and in Poland generally. So, maybe I want to jump here. So, this particular painting is interesting to me for all sorts of different reasons. And I just kind of want to talk specifically about this painting, kind of the story behind it, who it's about, and why it's important for history, and why I love it so much. So let's kind of just talk about the name of the painting to start. So Jan Matejko, the painting is titled Stańczyk during the ball at the court of Queen Bona in the face of the loss of... Okay, let's do that again. Stańczyk during a ball at the court of Queen Bona in the face of the loss of Smolensk. Say that 7 times fast. Created in 1862. It's an oil on canvas. It's basically over 1 meter wide. So you think of a piece of plywood, stretch your arms out as wide as you can, and about that big. It's a big canvas, not as big as many of his other paintings, which are like billboard-sized paintings. And it's in the National Museum in Warsaw, Poland. And let's sort of just kind of talk a little bit about what's happening in this painting. So essentially you have Stańczyk, who was a real-life figure. Stańczyk was a court jester, and court jesters were a real thing. Or he might more technically be known as a royal jester, not just a court jester, but the jester for the royal family. And a court jester served a really important purpose. They were like the entertainment for the king and queen. They were, they would juggle and tell jokes and kind of be on standby for whenever the king or queen or anybody else in the royal family needed a little pick-me-up, right? They're like, get the court jester in here, I'm feeling down. It's sort of like he was the Instagram or Netflix of the time, right? If the king was kind of had a hard day and came home and was like, oh man, life is like, I just want to watch my Walking Dead or whatever, Stańczyk would come in and cheer him up. But also, like, the myth of all court jesters, clowns, was that often they were kind of some of the only people who could tell the truth to authority. They could. Stańczyk was known as a particularly insightful, articulate, intellectual person who was very well aware of the politics of the time, and he was one of the only ones who could really talk directly to the king and say, like, dude, this is what's really going on. He might do it in a bit of a funny way or ironic way, or use allegories, metaphors to kind of keep his head on. But he became known as the most well-known. I mean, arguably, Stańczyk is the most famous jester, court jester, royal jester of all time. And, the court jester obviously doesn't exist today. It's kind of been turned into the role of the clown. And often people have even titled this painting The Sad Clown. Because that's kind of where clowning went from just being something that the king and queen had access to open to the general public. And so I would, go so far as to say that the tradition of the court jester has carried on through to people like Charlie Chaplin and Harold Lloyd and Buster Keaton, and through to Jim Carrey and Chris Farley, to today, right, where it's all about kind of silliness, slapstick. But even in those comedies, like one of my favorite movies of all time is Dumb and Dumber. I just love that. I will watch that. It can come on at 3 a.m. and I will watch that whole movie through. It's a silly, stupid movie, but there's also a great deal of heart and emotion, and gets to kind of like using humor, we can tackle difficult subject matter. That's one of the great things with all comedy. That's the key to success of people like Ricky Gervais, for instance, possibly, right? So here, if we go back to the painting, we have the court jester, and he's sitting in this kind of semi-darkened room, really only illuminated by the stars outside and this open window, and he's slumped in this chair. Well, why would the funniest guy in the building now be sitting here very sad? And why would he be doing that while in the background, at the very same time, we see these people wearing diamonds and necklaces and big hats and colorful satin robes? Why would, during this ball, this big party, which is, if you don't even, that's literally in the title of the painting, that there is this party going on, why would the court jester, wouldn't you expect to see him right there in the middle of it, entertaining the crowd? Why is he off in this darkened room by himself, slumped in the chair? Well, partly it's because he has just read this letter which has been left on the table, and while it might not seem like a lot, there's a few clues that tell us about what's going on here, including the date and this here, which means the city of Smolensk. Smolensk is a town, or would have been a town, now city, in western Russia, you know, close to, so let's, where Smolensk is, right here, right, it's kind of near the Belarusian border. You can see how close it is to Moscow, and this gives us an idea of just how big Poland was at one time. That this was on the eastern edge of Poland, and here you've got this town here that was once part of Poland, and during the 1500s, essentially Russia, I think, what do we call it? The arch. Let me get the, or do I even have that written down here? Let me just see if I can find it. The Grand Duchy, is that how you say it? Grand Duchy of Moscow in 1514 took the city of Smolensk from Poland. This is during the reign of King Sigismund I the Old and Queen Bona Sforza during their reign. So what this is basically telling us is that during this celebration, the news has come that Poland is in the midst of falling apart, that its great rival to the east, Russia, has occupied Smolensk. It's taken it from Poland, and this is kind of the beginning of the end. And that over the next couple hundred years, Poland's adversaries are going to continue carving away at Poland until literally nothing is left. And it's quite likely that the Jester was not the intended recipient of this letter, that the letter was read by the king and the queen, and they yet are out there partying with the people, celebrating, getting drunk, and maybe the Jesters come in here to relax and maybe take a break, and he sees this letter, he reads it, and he, perhaps more than anyone else, it's only the fool who recognizes what is actually going on in the world around him. And he loses his ability to entertain and make fun, because he recognizes that the fall of Poland is only inevitable. If this is what the king and queen do after finding out some of the worst news in Polish history, then what hope does the rest of the country have? And if only to underline this whole thing, we see a shooting star or a meteorite falling from the sky. Literally, the sky is falling outside, and he, sitting here alone, recognizes that during his lifetime he's going to see the end of Poland, right? And so what Jan Matejko is painting here, and he's kind of, even though he was meticulous about his research, he's kind of moving some of the dates and times around a little bit, so it's kind of not historically perfect. I think he's kind of bending the facts a little bit to make his point. But again, he's making this painting, 1862. This is about 80 years after the kind of the beginning of the end of Poland has really officially begun. That period, the partitions that happen, take place from 1775, 1793 or something around like that. And by that point, Poland ceases to exist. And that's what he grows up in. He knows that Poland no longer exists, and when he looks back in time, he sees this moment of the loss of Smolensk as being really one of the most poignant, like this is the canary in the coal mine that signals, you know, yeah, it might just be one town on the far edge of the country, but this is a harbinger of bad things to come. It's only going to get worse, and if no one is paying attention, and it doesn't look like the king and queen could care at all, like we're beyond hope. And so I find this painting just super fascinating. It's a painting that's well recognized around the world, as my friend Brian mentioned in the chat. He was wearing a t-shirt featuring that very same image as we speak. But I think it's also very poignant to our world today, where we see, you know, people going about their everyday lives, celebrating, partying, totally unaware of the sky that is falling above them. People who could care less, who like to talk about being apolitical or disinterested in politics, or don't see politics as having any interest or effect on them, and yet they will find out just how important current events will ultimately impact them, that no one is totally isolated from the decisions that are made by people like the President of the United States or the President of Russia, and so on and so forth. And so I think, as someone of Ukrainian descent, I see this painting and I think about how those friends of mine that are Ukrainian, people living in Ukraine, are just like, why is everyone not talking about what's going on right now? There's arguably the World War III has already started, and there's this evil empire that literally wants to destroy Ukraine, that doesn't think Ukraine even really exists, that it's a figment of the imagination, and there's no such thing as Ukrainian, that Ukrainians, by Putin's own words, are just traitors. They're actually Russians who are have lost their mind, that Ukraine was just something that Lenin invented out of his imagination, and there's no such thing as Ukrainian history and culture. And Ukrainians are like, has the world gone mad? Does no one paying attention? Like, this is insanity, right? I think one thing, so we could think about that in that way. That's the way I kind of perceive this painting. I think other people, maybe Americans, might perceive this painting as like, how can we go and continue to party when we see all of these terrible things happening in the United States right now, and the country seems to be falling apart, but, you know, the sky's falling, but there's a whole vast majority of people could care less, don't think there's anything going on, or haven't noticed it until it is gone or something terrible happens from it, right? So it's kind of, he's a symbol of someone who is against complacency, that understands the true meaning behind world events and how it's going to affect people, even if it hasn't quite yet, that the ripple effects are yet to be felt. And so it's super fascinating. I think it's a symbol of how sometimes the way we all feel of like, I wish someone would listen to me. I've been trying to tell people, you know, it's like if you've ever been at work and you told your boss, somebody's going to fall off that balcony unless we fix that railing, and we're like, oh yeah, but anyway, can you just help me do, and you're just like, every day you see the railing getting looser and looser, and you've gone out there and tried to screw it back in, but you don't know what you're doing, and no one will listen, and you just know something bad is going to happen. I've been telling people, no one listening, and then you're just waiting for somebody to fall off that balcony, right? So is that everything I want to mention about this? I'm sure there's more. It'll come up as we paint here. Let me just go through the chat. My friend Brian. Oh yes, Richard Halley, typical old codger. Brian, see you painting class this afternoon. Well, good luck on your class, my friend. If you're still there, you're probably getting ready for your class now. But, hey Abdul, nice to see you there in the chat. Okay, so let's move from talk to walk or paint, and get onto the real meat of today's episode here. Abdul says, Markowsky, you are doing great. I just want to say that I'm watching your drawing lessons and they are great. Oh, thank you, my friend. That makes me so happy to hear that. I'm so glad that you're getting some value and use out of it. I'd love to see what you've been creating. Upload your work to our Facebook group so we can celebrate your progress. I think anybody who's making artwork is doing the world a great deed, and it's good for you, it's good for your community, it's good for other people to see how you are taking control of your creative journey. So thank you, my friend. Ari says, fascinating history and description of the painting. Thank you. Thanks, Ari. I hope I did justice to your Polish heritage there. Feel free to correct me on my pronunciations or anything else there. I humbly recognize that I am a flawed person who can't, who makes many mistakes, as I'm sure we will see here in a different kind with paint. Okay. So often the next step that I like to do is what's called the underpainting. The underpainting is a part of the painting process that often, to be honest, every artist has a different idea of what the, quote, underpainting should be. And throughout history, if you look it up, you'll see that there's a very wide range of concepts as to what this actually entails. But for instance, some people will combine the Imprimatura, which we did earlier, into the underpainting, but we'll even combine the first few layers of paint into a so-called underpainting. I like to think of the underpainting as a way of preserving small details, like fingers, eyes, noses, things that I'm afraid could get lost under the paint as we go here. So that's what I'm going to do here. So let's start putting some paint on the palette. And I lost my warm red sign there, so let's do this here. Again, I'm not sure if I'm going to use all 6 of these colors, but I always just like putting them out on my palette anyway, just so that I've got them available. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to mix my own black. And I'm just going to show you how it's done here right off the top. Okay. So what I've done here is I've taken my cool yellow and my cool blue and my warm red. And you can see I didn't do this very scientifically at all. I've just kind of put those blobs of paint down there. But if I mix, let's say I start with my cool yellow and cool blue, I mix these together, I'm going to get a beautiful bright green. The opposite of this beautiful bright, super saturated green is red. If I use my cool red, I'm going to just get a brown, a cool brown. But if I use my warm red, which I've got here, I'm going to cancel out all these colors, and they're going to turn into black. Now, you can see I didn't measure these out, so the likelihood I'm going to get a perfect black is just about 0. I have a much better chance of winning the lottery 5 times in a row than mixing perfect black here, but I'm going to get pretty close. It's funny, when I do this in person, people really struggle with this. Often it might look a little bit more green or purple or brown if our ratios are a little bit off, but that feels pretty good. I'm actually pretty amazed at how close that is to black, considering how I didn't even eyeball it, just what came out of the tube. Usually it's a little bit, I do think this is a little bit on the purple side, and so that tells me if it's a little bit on the purple side, I would need more yellow to pull that purple, because purple is the exact opposite from yellow on the color wheel. But anyway, what I'm just going to do here, I'm just consolidating this color so that I might be able to use it later on. If it's all spread out, then it's going to dry much faster. Versus it's been one big blob, it can last for hours, just like the rest of the paint on my palette here. Okay, let's get the original. Let's get these fingers in here. And we're going to paint over all of these lines here. But this is going to help ensure that when I do, I'll be able to see some of these lines, and potentially even if you know, if I was to do it well enough, I might be able to keep these. I might not need to do anything else because I'll be kind of, these lines will be kind of set in place. But this would be the kind of thing that would be, even for myself, the most difficult part to kind of eyeball and bring back if they disappeared under subsequent layers of paint. A lot of the other stuff, I'm like, yeah, I'd be able to figure that out on my own, but this one, I feel kind of requires a bit of that. What else? Maybe some of the hat. I think that might be okay. Okay, so that's good enough to get this part started. Let's get this part started. Let's get this part started. Yeah. That's my Black Eyed Peas. If the Black Eyed Peas did a did the music for this show, and if I had Fergie here dancing next to me, helping different transitions. Let's get this part painted. Let's get this part painted. Okay, I'm just going to give this a quick little blow dry so that those lines, I see a little bit of wetness. Oh, there's Stephanie in the chat. Hi, Stephanie, just watching today. Awesome. Oops. So we've got the painting started here. We've got our underpainting, these outlines on the face and hands where I'm a little bit worried I could lose those details. So now I feel good enough to start going in and putting some actual big areas of color down here. And as you know, I like starting from the background and then working my way forward. So, you know, here's the original painting again. You can see really very dark versus here's the version I've brightened up a little bit. I'm going to paint it a little bit brighter, and then that gives me the option to later on I could glaze some shadows and progressively darken the painting. I would suggest starting lighter, as I'm about to do, rather than just be like, well, you know, it's this one's so dark, I'm just going to paint that all black. Well, then what happens is, let's say if we do that, we can't even really see the back leg of the chair there, and it just sort of looks like maybe this whole thing that doesn't have any structure to it. So I'd rather create this painting, build some of that structure in, and then darken it. And then if someone looks at it carefully, they'll see the chair. They'll see some of the curtains in the background. And you'll notice that all the great paintings throughout history have that. It might seem like, why did you spend all that time doing this when you just covered it up and made it dark anyway? Well, you know, it's the same reason that you know, filmmakers build big sets. It's like, well, why build a set when you only used a small part of it? It's because it's part of the realism of the scene. It helps the actors. And if later on someone brightens up this painting, we want to be able to see that I've done that. I haven't just cut a bunch of corners here to get the painting done as quickly as possible. So, having said all that, where should we begin? Well, I'd like going to the place the furthest into the background. And in this painting, it's this ambiguous area in behind. I don't even know what is going on back there. Let's look at the big version. I mean, it could be some kind of curtains, but it's really mostly just an undefined area. So that area is technically undefined. Christina says my Jester has ET fingers. That's great. So we could just paint it black and be done with it. However, I want to put a bit of color in there so it's not just plain and boring. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with a cool brown. I'm going to make a dark cool brown. So it could be similar to my black, but with a little bit of life in it. So just trying to think. Often when I do this, I'm trying to think, where do I want to mix this color on my palette? That sounds ridiculous, but that's half of my energy spent managing paint on the palette. So I'm just sort of looking at the colors, thinking, do I want to mix this brown with my cool reds or my cool yellows? Do I have a lot of cool yellow? Let's do it with my cool reds here. So let's take some of my cool yellow. We're going to take a lot of cool red. And so we get this dark orangey, like a red dominant orange. And I'm going to take my cool blue. You can see this color instantly goes really dark. At the moment it looks very bluish. You know, it's almost black. I'd say it's kind of a bit of a purpley black. In fact, I'm going to make it a bit more purpley. Ooh, yeah. I love that. I love this. So it's a very dark, it's like, how would you almost describe it as like a dried scab kind of purpley crimson color. And so I'm going to use this, even though that area of the painting is really dark, I'd rather just not use black unless I have to. So let's move this up here. I often talk about black as like a fire extinguisher. I'll use black sparingly and only in an emergency. And or at least black right out of the tube. That's my personal feeling about it. Also, you can see here the way that I'm painting this line. Notice I'm using the tip of the brush and I'm kind of shimmying along here. That helps guarantee a really nice sharp edge. So I'm going to try to keep using the biggest brush I can get away with at this stage of the painting. I want to try to avoid using little tiny brushes and get all fiddly here, because that's going to slow this whole process down. Obviously, one of the most common things people ask me, why bother painting that yellow Imprimatura when you're just going to paint over every little bit of it? Well, it's because I want a little bit of that yellow to come through. That yellow is going to influence the whole rest of the painting, and it's going to give this painting a kind of a nice glow. I think here's the floor in the background. I'm just gonna take another look and see how, because I might actually use this color multiple places. It's hard to say. Probably am gonna do at least a second coat of it there. Looks like there's a bit of the floor here as well. Oops. Or sorry, this is the back wall here, and then the floor would also be there. I mean, I kind of think I could probably use the same color pretty much everywhere. Let me just think on it for a moment, because the color of the floor has this color as the darkening color in there. Same here underneath this. However, I think what I would want to do would be to use a lighter color and then darken over top of it, I think. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, let's blow dry this. I'm going to do a second layer of that color, and then I might paint that same color down here. Now, I could just do it right now, but I've got these, it'll make it easier to do it in the way that I'm going to do it. So we'll see how it works here. Okay. Just having all sorts of inner debates here as to how to proceed. Okay, let's take this color. Let's do one thing at a time here. Let's put this color up here. What a beautiful, rich, dark, magical aubergine or something. eggplant color, I suppose. Although I think eggplant would have a bit more, maybe a little bit more. What is eggplant? I think it has a little bit more blue in it. That's cool. Ooh, that's beautiful. I like that. Okay. I am... Let's make a decision and just do it. It doesn't really matter, Michael, at this stage. I don't know why. Sometimes I overthink things, and sometimes just do it. It's like nobody cares about any of this stuff but myself. Having said that, I will say that I remember a teacher telling me that an artist is somebody who cares deeply about things that no one will ever notice. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's take some more red in here. Let's take this same color and let's add a bunch more red to it. Oops, sorry. So I just took more cool red for this mixture. So what we're kind of doing here is what's called the local color. We're painting in the color of the floor without any highlights or shadows. All right, so it's the kind of the main color. You can see it's a little bit kind of brushy and transparent. I don't mind that, because I kind of want that yellow to come through. If you're doing this and you're like, it's all that yellow, I don't like it, it's streaky, it's gross, then then what you want to do is add a little bit of white to this color. That's going to make it a bit more solid. Oh my god, it's so streaky. Oh no. Remember, this is kind of an early stage of the painting. We're not expecting the ground down here to be complete in the next few minutes. We got some work ahead of us here. That's why I said today's a bit of a marathon painting. I'm kind of contemplating doing a second layer of this. Let me just think it over for a minute or two here. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a second layer of that color. I'm going to have to mix a bit more of it, but let's blow dry it first. Thank you, Paula, for letting me know that the painting was a little bit off camera. Awesome, thank you. Okay, let's get a little bit more cool red on here. Again, it's still a little bit streaky because I haven't put any white in it. I don't mind it being a little bit streaky like this. It is a little bit now more cool red than the kind of dried, bloody, kind of crimson color from before. So I didn't put as much of the dark or the cool blue into this mixture. You'll always notice that the paint appears to get thinner in these detail areas where you're slowing down, as opposed to the big areas where you can really quickly brush paint in. So that's why you may find you need to do 2 coats in one area and then a 3rd coat in these smaller detailed areas. And that goes especially if you're using small brushes. You see, that's much more common. I'm going to use this same color up here. So I'm just contemplating, do I want to use this, make it the same red as down here, or do I want it to be slightly different? I probably want it to be slightly different, so that people aren't, wait, is that the, why is the floor up on the back wall like that? It's not the floor, it's a different, you know, you don't want to have those disagreements with people who are confused, like, well, but that's what it looks like. You're like, so right, we want to try to figure a way to get around that. So I might use this as a base color and then do something a little bit different on top of it. Oh, hopefully I was muted during that whole time. You weren't hearing the loud thundering sounds of the hairdryer right next to the microphone. So I'm just going, this is now the third coat of this cool red here. Now typically I do talk about putting the warm colors in the foreground, and this is a cool color. And it's right there in the foreground being the closest thing to us, and that's probably this ground, right, this carpet here. But there's a lot of red in this painting, and the warm red I'm going to try to use almost exclusively on the Jester himself. Gotta blow dry it, Michael. Just start painting into wet paint. Okay. Yabba dabba doo. I'm gonna mix a brown for the chair. Think of other colors and where I want to put them. Christina says, Michael, I'm adding some warm red to my mixture because mine is more blue than red. Your mixture looks much redder than mine. Is that okay? Yeah, of course, go right ahead. Yeah, nothing, it's totally fine. I'm trying to think if there's anything I'd want to add to that. I will say that I have bumped up the reds on the cameras that you're seeing, so sometimes that makes the painting appear slightly different than it actually is in real life, but so this is my cool red still on this chair. Basically, it's because I've got so much red in here. I've got to try to use every tool available to me to make distinctions between these different areas. So I'm trying to think of, like, how can I make this cool red different than the other cool reds? So I'm painting this cool red up here, and, you know, maybe I use one of the other colors I've already used, but even just that is going to make for a slight difference in this color, which makes it easier for us to perceive that it's a different shape, a different object. It's not all one big amorphous blob. Yeah, so Christine, you can use whatever colors you need in there to help create some differences to make things, to make the logic of the painting function. I think this might be more of a blue velvety seat, but I'm just going to paint it the same red so it's consistent. I mean, in many ways, this whole painting is a monochrome. There's almost, I mean, the only color that's really not red is the green curtain back there. And even then, it's kind of a brownish green. So maybe I'm just going to take this color, paint this area back here with this cool red. Okay. How about this tablecloth? I think I'm going to go for a bit more of a orangey quality here. So I'm going to take maybe a little bit less of this. Let's take our cool yellow. Again, it's quite possible that near the end of this painting, these colors kind of, as I shade them down, mute them, could start getting closer back to the same color again. But even this is going to kind of help keep some distinction between those different shapes. So as I say quite often, I'm not really concerned at this exact moment about accuracy of colors. I'm trying to do a reasonable job of kind of getting colors I want, but I'm not at all concerned about nailing it right off the bat. I'm just filling up space right now. Just trying to get rid of as much of my yellow as I can. So I'll just show you the, let's do side by side here. I think I might do another coat of this kind of orange here. I kind of like that. St. Keith says, "Hi Michael, in your drawing course, should I practice those drawings after the session before moving on to the next session, or I don't have to practice them, I can move on?" It's up to you. The more drawings you do, the better you're going to get. There's no way to shortcut the learning process. So if you want to get good, then you want to draw as much as humanly possible. If you're just drawing for fun and you're not really concerned about getting better, you don't really have any ultimate end goal for what you're doing, then just do as little as you want. Right? It's the progress is entirely dependent on how much energy you put into learning. So for instance, at the university I teach at, I'm constantly reminding students that their education is their responsibility. That at the end of the day, you only go so far as you want to go. And you have nobody else to blame or for how little you've come if you don't put in the effort and the time, right? So if you want to get really good, then you want to draw as much as humanly possible. You might draw the same things a dozen times to really, really hammer home all the lessons. And that's because I've had students, I've been in meetings, because I often do the critiques with graduating students, and sometimes you hear them just saying things like, "Oh man, I didn't learn anything the whole time I was here. It was like such a waste of time." You hear people talk about a Bachelor of Fine Arts as a Bachelor of F all. And, you know, it's funny. You know, it's kind of an on-running joke amongst artists. At the same time, I think, like, really? If you go to art school and you're there for 4 years, and when you graduate, you go, I don't think I really actually learned anything. I didn't get any practical knowledge. Like, well, whose fault is that? Are you just expecting to walk into a room and go, okay, teacher, fill me up with interesting stuff. Give me some skills. Right? It's like, well, you're screwed. If, however, you walk into that room and you're like, I want to know everything. Teach me. What do I need to know? And you're doing stuff in your free time. You're researching, doing artwork that's above and beyond what's asked of you. That's how you become successful. Because you care more about your own education than anybody else does. All right, so So I can't really tell you how much you should do or what you shouldn't do or what's unnecessary, because I think every single part of it is necessary. And the more you do those unnecessary things that some people think is unnecessary, the better you get ultimately. Right? It's like a mountain. You only go so far as you yourself climb, right? And some people just are happy hanging out at the base camp and eating hamburgers and hot chocolate and waiting for other people to go to the top and come back. And there's other people who are like, I can't just sit here. I want to go up to the top. Oh. Okay. Just scanning this, looking for what to do next. Maybe let's get this green in here, tackle that. So that green, yeah, let's take a bunch of our cool yellow. Who cares how close we get off on our first attempt? Let's start with cool yellow, cool blue, put this in place. Sinkeet says, if you're a beginner and doing your own course and your goal is to draw your comic, how would you approach it? Interesting. Well, it depends. That's an interesting question. Well, there's two ways. One is to just spend the next few years just learning and growing and gathering skills. And then the other approach is to just start doing it. No matter how good you are, and just create it and see what you got. And then maybe think of that as your first draft of your comic, and fully understanding it's probably not going to be all that great, but at least you've got it started. I mean, if you can finish it, or make a full first draft before you even really know what you're doing, that would be awesome. And then you might have a clearer idea of what skills you really need to do to really finish it, because you're probably going to have to redo a bunch of it, right? So if you draw it first and you get as close to, you get the stories, written out, and then you might look at it and be like, oh, You know, the whole time I thought I needed to learn how to draw people, but it turns out most of this comic book is I don't know, all landscapes. So you know what, maybe I should focus my energy not on drawing people, but on learning how to draw trees and plants and buildings, perspective, architecture. All right? Or conversely, you do it and then you look at it and you're like, you know what, the whole story, you know, it sounded really good in my head, but now that I've drawn it, it's kind of terrible. The whole idea, the story is kind of, and I realized that it's been done before, and so no matter how good my drawing is, the story itself isn't all that great. Unless you might go, well, maybe I'll do a different comic book. Now that I've got this out of my head, maybe I'll having explored this, new ideas have come to mind that I'm going to explore instead. And maybe I'm going to, instead of drawing, I want to play violin instead. That could be all sorts of things like that happen where you change your mind. Also, you know what? I'm going to... I mean, yeah, it's hard to say because you could spend... Like, I'm a big believer in taking decisive action and not waiting around for the perfect... for all the conditions to line up perfectly before I start something. I'd rather just start it and then learn as I go and just get that idea on paper. Because often we can procrastinate and be like, well, I'm not quite good enough now to start my comic. I need a little bit more. And then before you know it, decades go by and you haven't done anything actually related to the thing that you always wanted to do. You know, it's sort of like saying, I want to go camping, or I want to start hiking. And you say just, well, I can't really go until I've got this $200 pair of mountain climbing boots. And, well, I can't really go until I got a really good jacket. I can't really go until I get, you know, the best tent, or I can't go until I've got $10,000 in the bank so I can get a really nice used Jeep that I can use to drive up to the mountains. And I can't really go by myself, so I need to find a friend. Maybe I need to find a partner that will go with me. So now I gotta spend my time learning, you know, going on dating sites and finding a good partner. And, well, I can't go until my kids have grown up. And before you know it, you're 80 years old sitting there thinking, this whole time I just wanted to go for a hike, and I never went on that hike because I was always putting it off until tomorrow. I wish I'd just gotten in my old beat-up running shoes and just got on the bus and drove up to the hill and climbed that mountain. And who knows how life would have turned out differently. So I'm always careful about giving myself excuses for not doing things. I'd rather start it and then learn along the road what it is that I need to do to get to where I want to go. If that makes any sense. Christina says, as a completely self-taught artist myself, I call BS that 4 years of art school teaches nothing, LOL. Art school students learn fundamentals where self-taught artists sometimes learn them by trial and error. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I completely agree. It's one of those things when I hear students say things like they didn't learn anything in art school, I go, oh my goodness. I think, like, why were you here? What were you doing for the past 4 years? You can't tell me that, like you don't think it's your responsibility to learn this stuff? Like, oh my goodness. But of course I can't control how people think or what they do, and like another example, I had a student in a class just last semester who came to class, and I had a specific outline of what to do, and they did none of it. They just did their own thing, and I wanted them to use a diversity of materials, and this person they actually drew a comic book, all with pen on paper, and I was like, well, this was great, but the whole purpose of the project was to get you to experiment and try different materials and to push the boundaries of what you've done before, take some risks. And they're like, yeah, but I already know what I want to do, and I like drawing with pen, and this is my style. And so I just said, then why are you here? If you already know what you want to do, you already feel you've got the skills and the ability to do it, then you're just literally wasting your time and your money to be here. And they said, well, my mom thinks it's important for me to graduate with a degree. It's like, if your goal is if you're only here to get a piece of paper that says you were here so that you can make your mom happy, that's a terrible reason for going to art school. And I was telling this in front of the class, telling this student, I was like, you're wasting your time, you're wasting my time, you're wasting everybody else's time. There's other students who want to be here who desperately want all of these skills. No one ever, makes a decision whether to buy a painting or go to a museum and look at artwork based on the degree that person received or not from wherever art school. Like, no one goes, oh, I was really excited about this new art exhibition at the local art museum, but then I was reading an article and it said they only got a C+ in painting, or they got a 2.8 GPA. I'm not going to go look at artwork by someone who only barely passed art school. Like, no one ever thinks those things. No one, people could care less about people's grades. It's like, so it's all about the quality of the work itself, right? On the other hand, if you go to a doctor or a dentist and they tell you, like, well, I basically failed brain surgery 5 years in a row, and I barely got my degree. I mean, I was a terrible student. I barely listened to any of the lectures. You'd be like, okay, before you cut a hole in my head, I kind of feel like I want to get a second opinion, or maybe find a different doctor, because I'm getting a little bit stressed out that you don't know what you're doing. All right, but in art, it's all there in front of you. It's either you like it or you don't, and it doesn't matter what they did in the past to get to that point. Awesome. Okay, so do I want to do a little bit more on this curtain? I think I do. I think I'm going to put a bit of cool red in here. going to make it go a bit brown. You know what? I'm even going to put a bit of warm red in, or warm yellow in there, because I think that's what this color demands. So let's put a bit more cool blue. I'm going to put some warm yellow in here. And I'm also going to put a little bit of my black in there. Let's darken this down a bit. So I got this beautiful bright color, but I think I want something much more muted. Long story short, that student came up to me at the end of class, apologized, and then eventually resubmitted their assignment the way that I had asked for. And it's not that I'm totally open to students pushing the boundaries and challenge. I like it when students challenge me and ask questions and try to I even encourage them to undermine my assignments and do something wacky and weird. But the thing that just drives arts teachers absolutely nuts is when you hear someone say, "But that's not how I do it." That is like the... So it's the same sort of thing, you know, I think that goes beyond just art school. It's like anybody in school, you know, if you, you know, I don't know, if you're wanted to become an electrician and the electrician says, okay, so this is what you gotta do this and that, and then you get to the exam and they're like, this is, and like, yeah, the way that I do it is this and that. I don't believe in doing. Teacher's like, well, then why are you here? If you already feel like you know how to do all this, you don't need to be here. And yet, if you feel like you need the certification, which you probably do, then you got to do it this way, because otherwise, if you don't do it this way, you could burn a house down. You know, like, there are some ways that things should be done, and if you're going to be a loose cannon, then it's going to be, you're up for a lot of grief going forward. And again, it's not like there isn't room for things to be challenged and people to break new ground and to question the way things have done. Christina says, yeah, I bet if you surveyed those students a few years later, a bunch of them would have different outlooks. Oh, absolutely. 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 I mean, I was one of those kids myself who would say things like, this is kind of just the way I like doing it. Which drove teachers crazy, but they would then give me assignments to be like, they would say, okay, if this is the way you feel it needs to be done, then do what you've just done 50 more times. I want to see you, I want to, like, it's kind of like that old thing, like if you catch a kid smoking a cigarette, you say, okay, well, let's sit down, I want you to smoke that whole pack of cigarettes. And 2 cigarettes later, they're coughing and throwing up because they're so sick. of smoking those cigarettes. It's kind of like, okay, sure, I'm going to double down on that. I want you to do your way so much that you realize kind of the folly of your own particular way. Okay, I'm kind of feeling I still want to do a little bit more before I fully move on, right? How about my sky? Let's take mostly cool blue. Put a little bit of cool red in there to make a slightly purpley color. Really mostly just to darken it. Now I don't think this is the actual window in the piece. The window's a little bit further to the left. But I'm just going to move it here. I might even put that falling star in the sky back there. Now I was thinking about painting this color here, but I don't know if that would make sense now. What if I paint the seat cushions purple? So what if I take my cool blue, mix it in here, take a bit more of my warm blue, or sorry, all cool colors so far, sorry. Okay, let's try this here. You know what? That's too transparent. So I'm going to take some of my black and a little bit of my, well, that might have been a bit too much white. Just wanted to up the opacity of this, but I put too much white in there. Not too bad. Let's just, I'll go forward anyway. I don't like this white. This is from Sears, which is a North American paint company, art supply store, and this is their own proprietary white, but it's not very opaque. It's acting a little bit more like a zinc white or something. It's, even though it says titanium white. What if I take this same color, mix it into these reds here? Let's take a bit more cool red. It's always important to get a little bit of your own saliva in your paintings, if only to help with the authentication of it hundreds of years from now. Oh, forgot. See cushions down here too. Let's blow dry all this. Oh, my mic was off the whole time. And I think I was saying something really poignant, deeply intelligent. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys for trying to get my attention. So I was just mentioning that I got a message saying I got some loose leaf tea that I ordered a few weeks ago is just delivered. So I might go down and grab my tea and make myself a cup of tea. I'm just thinking though, it might be satisfying to get a little bit more done, wouldn't it? Yeah, before I go make myself some tea, let's move on to a different step here. Okay, we've got our background started. I would say I'm still maybe 40% done the background. Maybe 40% probably. So there's still lots. So if you're like, wow, the background not looking great, it's okay. I'm not done. I want to move forward. I want to now start getting the color of the Jester himself painted in. And then I'm going to go back to the background and work on that a little bit more. All right, so first things first. So let's look at this. I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to mix a skin tone. I'm going to put that on the face here. So I'm going to take it. I don't care if there's a little bit of blue in there. I'm going to take my warm red and warm yellow. It's a little bit more orangey than I was expecting, especially for such fair skin, but let's just see how it works out here. And that's not on camera either. Great. Okay, we're on a roll of mistakes. Okay, so I took my warm yellow, my warm red, and a little bit of warm blue to mix this very light brown. And then now let's take some white. We're going to lighten this color up. Just trying to get extra paint that's on the metal ferrule here off. All right, you see, not too far off. This would actually be very close to my local color of skin tone. Okay, so because I've done my lines, my underpainting earlier, I can paint quite fearlessly over top of these lines without worry of them being obliterated or destroyed. Okay, now, make sure my audio is on. Okay, let's just take our warm red right out of the tube. just going to paint this all over here. Maybe I took a bit too much to start with. Maybe I'll zoom in here so you can see. So you can see on camera that looks kind of orangey. It is a little bit orange because this red is not fully opaque, so it's allowing some of the yellow to, or a lot of the yellow to come through, which I like, but it's not quite as orange as it might appear on camera. So I'll just keep that in mind. It doesn't bother me, but now there are some places where, because this red is quite transparent, you know, the dark areas that are overlapping it are showing through. Let's say like in the hat up here. I'm not really concerned about that. If later on I really want that to be lighter, I'll put a little bit of white and some red and paint that area. But that might be exactly where a highlight goes anyway, so it's a waste of time to try to get it to be perfect at this stage. Waste of time, I'm telling you. Don't worry about perfection at this stage. It's all a process. Alex is signing off for the night. Have a good night, Alex. Gotta go to sleep now. I appreciate that. Although, what is sleep really? I mean, just what a waste of time, right? Can you just imagine being a fly on the wall while Stańczyk here is, was doing his job? Like, to see a real pro court jester at work, it must have been something. How fascinating that would have been. I wonder, there's got to be somebody who's written like some kind of history or accounting of what those experiences would have been like. I don't know, I kind of feel like that's a rabbit hole I want to dive down. So what I'm doing is there's some dried red paint under there. I'm just scraping away because it's kind of running counter to my forms, so it's still not fully dry, so I can kind of get in there and move it away. That's definitely... okay, I was going to say, it's getting to the point where I can't do that. And that's the point. I got there, I went to the line and crossed over it, and the painting said, "No thank you, you have crossed the the line. Darn it. Now I'm making it worse. Now I'm making it worse. Now I'm making it worse. Da, 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 da. Dante says, "Good day, teacher. How are you?" Very good. Thanks so much for saying hello. I appreciate that. Okay, I think what I'm going to do, let's zoom back out. I think I'm going to go get some fresh water, make myself some fresh tea, and then pick up here in a moment. So let's, I'll put this back up here. Okay. Let's get back to work here. Oh, I'm so excited. Where'd my coaster go? I lost a coaster, guys. How does a coaster disappear? That's the new legend, the legend of the wandering coaster. Stanimir says, hello guys, I just saw you were live. It's been a while since I joined one of these. The Joker looks great. Well done. Thank you. And Dante's has been a while. You still have a very good looking mustache. Thank you, sir. I don't know if anybody's still watching. After I went to a little bit of a break, I got my tea. I have vanilla cappuccino and brown sugar bourbon tea. Oh, it's been a while since I've had like really nice steeped tea. Oh, I don't know why. Sometimes, you know, it's one of those things I just got out of the habit of getting nice tea. So, let's little things. I also washed my hands, so I don't have all these little things all over there. Okay. Okay, back from break here. Let's pick up with the background again, because now I've got all of the colors roughly in place. I'm not saying those are the right colors. I'm not trapped or locked into the colors I've got here, but I've got generally the colors in the right place. Now what I want to do is, because I've got rid of all that bright yellow, my Imprimatura, now I can more accurately perceive the colors as they are in relationship to one another. And I can make some decisions to lighten, to darken. I'm also going to do some glazing on here to start putting in the folds on the curtains. And I don't know if I want to do too much on the carpet. That could take a long time. On the drapery here, the letter. So just let's take a look here. Well, maybe let's look side by side, sure. So, I mean, things that jump out to me as being very different are obviously, again, things look a little bit more orange on camera than they really are. This is like fire engine red in front of me, so that really shows a difference in the color. That is close to where I want it to be, but obviously I'm going to do some shading in here. This tablecloth, actually not too far off where I want to go. I might just do glazing and put the shading, the folds on here. Paper, that was the same color that I used for the chair, with maybe a little bit more white, a little bit more brown in there. That's actually not too far off. There might just be glazing the highlights on there. This green definitely feels like it needs to change, But I think I can keep the green as it is and just do the folds as the darker areas. So leaving the green as it is as the highlights, possibly. Could be a few places where I might, well, I don't know, maybe I'll put some lighter areas. The chair, definitely I've got to clean this up. It's just a placeholder right now. And even this purple here, I don't mind it, but certainly the brown around the edge, this needs to get much darker. It's a bunch of work to do. So it's just really a matter of where do I want to start here. Well, probably this up here might be one of the more complex areas. So that might be a good area to work on to just get back into the mode of glazing. And I think I would feel satisfying starting to see part of the painting kind of come together. Once I get my sea legs here, then I think I'll do the tablecloth, and then I'm probably going to start feeling really great. And then I'm going to paint the chair. I'm always thinking like I almost always want to paint the stuff in the background first. So that even makes me think maybe I got to deal with this thing here next, because it's a little bit patchy. So okay. So I'm taking my cool red. I took some of my black that I hand made at the very beginning, and let's see, because it just looks. I don't like how kind of streaky this looks. Almost trying to decide if I want to do that. Use similar color over here, maybe. Okay, let's take our cool red. Oops, sorry, I'm just taking my cool red, mixing that in. try this. I'm not... After all that, those two colors look pretty similar. Okay, so let's do the green curtain. Now I want a darker green this time, so I'm not sure why I put all this yellow here. So I'm taking my cool yellow, cool blue, and black that I mixed up earlier, mixing those together. It's darker. Good. It's going to get darker, but I want to do these in steps. So I take my glazing fluid. So this is my satin glazing fluid here. And you know what, maybe let's make it a little bit darker. A little bit more blue and black in here. Because when we add that glazing fluid, it's going to make it more transparent and then kind of lighten it back up. All right, so. Now usually I don't put so much paint into the glazing fluid, but really I'm not super concerned about making this area the most subtle, gorgeous part of the painting. Let's see, let's go into, zoom in here. go. Okay. You know what? I'm actually going to even put a bit more black in here. Let's stop monkeying around. Got still a lot of work to go, so mostly what I'm going to do at the moment is just kind of sketch this back out. I do have my original outline that I can use. So let's see, I've got a big dark area going right up here. Is that, you can see that on camera. Okay, good. Okay, so next step is to blow dry all of this. I mean, well, maybe let's see if I might just soften out a few edges. Mostly it's already dried, so. Okay, let's blow dry that. Maybe I'm going to take a bit more black. Darken this down even a bit more. that. Let's bring the original back up. Now I'm going to cut a bunch of corners here because I want to go a little bit fast. I got a lot of stuff to do here, and so the likelihood that the logic of my folds is going to be make perfect sense is pretty much zero. In fact, I'm already not so happy with my decisions here, but I'm hoping that it's so, because it's starting to look like a bit of a big leaf or something going on here. But I'd rather kind of flail around here in this part of the painting than when I'm painting the folds on the clothes. So this is a good place for me just to practice a little bit. It's been a little while since I've done some fabric textures and folds. So I think I'm going to go in the opposite direction now. Let's I'm going to take my cool yellow and this blue. Maybe bring a bit of white in here. I have to blow dry this real quick. strange looking shape. Okay, let's blow dry that. Take a bit of my warm yellow, bring it into this color. So I don't want just pure white as a, oops, this is my blending brush here. As a highlight, it's nice to have just some other colors in here. I mean, I think it looks kind of strange. I do want to, I'm going to go a little bit darker again. Go into the shadows. Oh, wow, look at all the comments. Okay, hold on one second here. Alex says, you've been going at it for a really long time. Yes. I would like to stick around, but I gotta go to sleep. Awesome. Okay, let's go into the shadows again. Okay, I'm just looking at this thinking, what can I do to salvage this? Okay, should probably move on. I mean, I'm not super happy with that, but it's also one of those things where maybe later on in the painting I won't even notice it. I won't even think about it. So let's just move forward rather than get hung up on something. It looks so weird. Looks like some sort of weird plant, flower. I goofed on that because I was kind of going a little bit fast. So, yeah, the painting is always going to punish me for trying to cut a few corners here. Let's go to the table. Now there is all of this texture in the patterning in here. Christine says turtle shell. Yeah, it's got a bit of a turtle shell thing going on there. Okay, let's paint that. Now, Maybe I'll use my dark brown that I mixed earlier here. Try to dry my blending brush off a bit. Okay, so where are we? We got, where's this fold going? Kind of right from here. Okay, let's blow dry. maybe let's do a little bit of the opposite. I'm going to take a bit of my cool yellow, cool red, mix up an orange here. Oh, it didn't, nope, this color's a lot more red, isn't it? I'm adding a little bit of white into this color, a little bit more yellow. Okay, I'm not super happy with anything I've done over the past hour, but I think I'm just going to plow forward rather than obsess over it. I can always come back and work on it some more. Just that I'm like 4.5 hours into the painting, and I want to get some of the most important stuff done. Christy says, I've really lost my way with this one. I don't know how people successfully paint along during the live streams. Ari says, it's very hard. I usually watch but paint at my own speed and finish way later. Yeah, I'm definitely, you know, maybe painting faster than most people, mostly because it's live, and you only have so much patience. It's kind of got to have a cubist quality in those folds. You know, I do want to. That's a touch-up thing. That's a touch-up thing, not focus on it right now. Okay, let's keep going, keep going, keep going. Let's blow dry this. You know, one thing I'll just mention is I find it really difficult to paint other people's folds that they've already painted, because understanding the logic of the fold is really important to being able to draw or paint it. And when I'm just trying to replicate somebody else's folds, I don't quite understand the way it's supposed to fold, what's going on there. So there's a distortion that's happening. I mean, I've seen that happen through all these paintings, but that's why, you know, yeah, it's funny how sometimes working from somebody else's art helps solve a lot of problems for me, but it also presents its own myriad of issues. And so anyone who thinks it's just super straightforward, you're just copying it, so easy, anybody can do this, well, I certainly encourage you to try to do your own. One learns pretty quickly how difficult or easy it is when you try to do it yourself. Should do the paper next. Okay. So here's the color I used previously for the paper. That was my cool yellow, cool red, cool blue. I think there was a little bit of black in there, and obviously some white to lighten it. Which way do I want to go? Do I want to go darker? Let's go darker. I'm going to add a little bit of cool blue. You can see how much I'm talking about when I say a little bit. Cool blue. Maybe I'll just take a bit of my dark brown here, actually. Christina says, it's a learning style, I think, Michael. Some of us need lots of context and understanding of how something works before we can wrap our brain around it. And that's how my brain works anyway. Because I said so never did work on me. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I know this is kind of strange here, but it's kind of like what he did, so... Let's try that again. Back in the opposite direction here. Okay. I'm not sure if I want to put even bother trying to put any text on there. I might put like a big red seal or something on there. Should we do that now? Yeah, maybe I got some of this old red, gross purpley red color here. Let's see if I can... You know, maybe I should blow dry that, because if I don't like this, then I can just easily wipe it away without ruining it. Okay, let's move on. Maybe let's do a new background here. We're making progress. Some of it I'm happy with. I like what I just did with the paper on the table, but the turtle shell in the top corner and the cubist tablecloth, not so much. I'm not going to let it get to me, though. I want to just keep moving forward. And then, you know, once more stuff gets filled in here, I might not even care about those things. I might not even be like, oh, I totally forgot there was a problem there. So I want to paint the chair next. And then I want to move on to the foreground. And then if there's time, we'll come back to the background. And who knows, I might actually kind of like it, be like, oh, it's kind of wild. Kind of weird what I've got going on there. That's cool. I'm glad I kept it. You never know. So I don't want to judge too quickly what I've done until I see it in the grand scheme of things. So my brown for the chair, let's... Oops, let's mix. Let's mix a new brown here. So I've got my cool yellow, cool red, making an orange. And let's take our cool blue now. That's a bit much. See how quickly that color changes. I didn't expect to put that much in there. Let's bring it back with some cool red again. Now I think I'm going to take a bunch of this color and I'm going to add a lot of white to it. I want to be able to get the highlights on the chair and also just clean up my edges so that it looks nice and precise. And then I'm going to darken back on here because it's pretty sloppy the way all this is painted, and I want a level of precision here. And I can either do that by darkening or putting lighter colors on there. So I can darken it or lighten it to get closer to what I want. Blooper, the original says, that's some beautiful art. How long did it take? I just joined. Well, we started almost exactly 5 hours ago. So it's a bit of a process, right? Let's just go right in here. Where should we start? Let's go down to the table legs there. So the important thing was adding white into this color. Otherwise, if I just try to mix that brown and put it over here, it's going to look really splotchy. It's not going to cover very well. So adding white in here just helps that paint cover up any kind of messiness that I might have had previously. I'm just making sure that that line does indeed reappear right here, and it's not starting or stopping in a different place than I want it to. Now I probably won't finish this chair completely until I've actually done a lot of the painting on the Jester here, Stańczyk, because I'm going to be doing some glazing and that can get a little bit messy, and I might over paint onto the chair, and then so it might be easier if I just sort of get this relatively clean, bringing some precision back into it, then paint the Jester, and then go back over and clean all of this up. Now my original intent was to paint this and then darken it, but it's actually not too bad right now. I'm kind of relatively pleased with this color. I think this will work good enough for the highlight. Probably going to darken down a bunch of things here, but I suppose conceptually the idea of the of having a kind of cubist quality to this painting is kind of a nice full circle, because harlequins and jesters feature quite prominently in a lot of cubist work. Partly because a lot of the French avant-garde were living in the area of Montmartre, which at the time was sort of like the red light district for France. It was the cheapest place to live. That's where they all had their studios and lived there, all those poor starving artists. And it also happened to be where a lot of like circus performers would either lived or stayed when they came through town. Because again, so there's a lot of like cheap rent, a lot of people kind of coming and going. And so if you're a cheap artist, you don't have a lot of money, and you see all these brightly colored characters walking all over town as their circus wagons rolled in. You know, they would be about the cheapest models you could probably afford. They were desperate for any money, and the artists were desperate to paint people, but not to have to pay them much money at all. And so it's kind of it worked well for both people. The circus performers were happy to make a couple of bucks in a strange city, maybe even meet some artists who could show them the city a little bit. And, you know, they're kind of kindred spirits. You know, artists, and acrobats, performers, all kind of living off their own wits, struggling to survive by doing non-conventional things. Sorry, none of that's on camera. You know, I'm all over the place. Okay, I think that's good for our base layer here. Just going to clean these up. I'm going to blow dry that. Do I need any touch-ups? Maybe not. I think I'm ready to just go in and just start. I'm going to put a darker brown as on one side. Your curtains look good, actually. Well, thanks, Christina. Well, we'll see. Well, yeah, it's. I'm trying. I might just put a lot of black over that and make those curtains really dark to disguise them a bit. Okay, so let's push on here. Let's, do I need, let's take our cool blue, cool red. Let's make a dark brown. It's going to be a little bit on the purple side of things. Let's see if I can steal. It's almost a black right now. Well, let's take some warm yellow and put this in here. It's kind of going green, hey? So let's put some red back in here. It's a pretty nice, unconventional brown for sure. I mean, it's getting close to the center, so it's starting to kind of get very muddy. But I don't mind that color because I don't really have anything quite like that here. It's definitely like a almost blackish brown. I'm going to put a bit of glazing fluid in here. Just to make it a little bit easier to paint with, not enough to really make it too transparent. So we definitely have the left side is darker. Should I blow dry? Let's blow dry this real quick. Ooh, that's dark, all right. Okay. let's just keep moving on here. Ay, ay, ay. Wow, I can hear a cruise ship blasting its horn from all the way over here. I'm not quite the other opposite end of town, but not very close to the ferry terminal. Oh, I think there's a fog warning on it for Vancouver, since that could be what it is. But you can hear how that, because of the density of the atmosphere, that sound really travels. It also kind of sounds like one of those vuvuzelas, you know, like the soccer fans like to use. Hi, Randy. Nice to see you there in the chat. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm glad to see that you said you're sick for a while, but you're back. Great. Thanks, Randy. Thanks for chiming in and saying hello. I can't wait to see what you've been up to. I don't know if you had a chance to do any work while you were not feeling well. But hopefully now that you're back on your feet, you can pick up where you left off. Okay, what do I want to do with this chair? Do I want to darken it, or do I want to wait a little bit? I think, I'm just debating, do I want to put little kind of gold studs or something around here? Do I want to darken the overall chair even? Let's blow dry it. Let's think about it. That's an interesting flavor. Brown sugar bourbon tea. Definitely has I can taste the brown sugar. I don't know about the bourbon. I don't drink, so I haven't had bourbon in 8 years or something, but kind of, I guess. Maybe tastes like bourbon. So in the original, the chair is very dark, right? This is a strange one. It's a strange one. Oh my goodness. Let's leave that. Let's go back to the foreground. There's no sense in fussing. Okay, so I still got some work to do. Now I want to move on to the foreground and work on the Jester Stańczyk himself. not so happy with how things have gone over the past few hours, just to be transparent. However, I'm not going to beat myself up too much because I still got plenty of stuff to do, and that could radically change how I see what I've done. It's possible I'll look at it and be like, oh, cool. Actually, you know what? I think I'm really, really happy with what I've done before. Or it might be like, oh, it's even worse than I imagined. But I don't know. And so I'm not going to waste too much time trying to predict the future. So I'm going to move forward on to the foreground again. Little bits of areas I'm just might just go back over with some red and just clean areas up that were a little bit transparent, a little bit splotchy. Won't hurt to have another layer of just pure warm red back on top of this. Especially areas where it might be a little bit transparent. Yeah, let's blow dry all that here. You know, as the painting goes on, you know, there's something to me kind of funny that this curtain is turned into some kind of weird organic thing, and like it's the, and I'm not just trying to make excuses for my own failings as an artist or what I've done here, but sometimes, conceptually things start to fall into place that you're like, that's a terrible, and then you later on like, that's kind of cool. I know it was a mistake, but I'm starting to kind of come around. And that's one of the things I love most about making art, is that my art, whenever I'm making artwork, my expectations are constantly redefined or defied, contradicted. And I know if you're a beginner artist, that can be super frustrating, to be working on something and it not to turn out the way you want. But I think for a lot of artists who've been at it for a while, like myself, you kind of, as exciting. I mean, I've done lots of paintings that turned out fairly close to what I want, and that's really satisfying. There's also something very exciting about the painting going off in its own direction and becoming something new and strange and weird. And I remember I had a teacher who once said, like, how did he put it? I think he talked about how, like, art, the experience of looking at art is always a test of how far can you go as a viewer before you're like, no, that's too far. I don't like that. It's like, artwork, it's like a friend dragging you onto a roller coaster, right? And it's, you're like, no, it's too big. Come on, no, come with me. Maybe it's a young love. You're at the fair together for the first date or third date, and you really want to put it on a great impression, but you're horrified by the idea of going on the roller coaster. But that person that you're got a crush on wants you to go with them on the roller coaster, and you're like, oh man, this is the and they're pulling you, and you go onto the roller coaster, and it turns out to be kind of fun, right? It's also possible you go on the roller coaster, you throw up, and you humiliate yourself. That person never wants to talk to you ever again, or finds it super endearing, and it's a great, cute kind of story. I think art is always that. It's like good art forces you to get out of your comfort zone. It makes you're like, is that good? Can I go there? Can I follow that painting into that space? Or do I have to sit this one out? That one's too far. Okay, I followed you onto the roller coaster and the space drop and the whatever thing, but the bungee, okay, no, that's past my level of acceptability, right? And so I think good art pushes us beyond where we normally are, and sometimes that you get to that edge and you're like, no, but then 10 years later you find yourself there and you're like, I can't believe I used to think I didn't like this, or this was too far. My goodness, how timid I was back in the day, or yesterday. Anyway. Oh, thanks, Christine. It does look cool. It's definitely strange. I mean, it starts to go into this surrealist direction. And then, once that starts going there, then I start thinking, well, do I want to really embrace this and maybe turn it into a turtle shell or a bug? Like, it's, to me, I kind of think of like the what is that movie? Well, one of my favorite. It's a horror movie, 1950. They remade it with Donald Sutherland in 1978 or something. Not the Day of the Triffids, but these shells that would make perfect replicants of the person, and at night that person would be destroyed somehow by the cloned space alien that took over their body. The Invasion of the Body Snatchers. That's what it is. The Invasion of the Body Snatchers. This reminds me of the weird thing that they would find in the garage that was growing a copy. Okay, what on earth am I doing? Let's paint here. Okay, so we're going to make a darker color, and I'm going to start painting these outlines. So let's take our warm red. I'm going to take some warm blue. And that's going to instantly give me a much darker red that is still red-ish. Right? But it's also, because those two colors are pretty far away from one another, it's not going to go totally purple. It's going to be a more muted purple. So let's go a little bit wild with this. We'll make it much darker. So what I'm going to do next is do some folds on the clothing of the Jester here. Okay, I was looking for a nice dry blending brush. That one's still a little wet, so I didn't put any glazing. Let's put glazing fluid in here. Where should we start? Maybe let's go down to the legs. And that will kind of give us a place to just sort of work up our from. Chrissy says, I feel like a quitter, but I'm going to put this down for today and come back to it tomorrow with fresh eyes. When I start getting irritable, I know I need a break. Good, 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 good. Yes, that's good to know your own limit. And, again, just remember this is one of the more difficult paintings we've ever done, right? So be easy and gentle on yourself. Just because it might be a little bit difficult, it's be difficult for anybody. I mean, I would even go so far as to say this painting is much more complicated than the Mona Lisa, for instance. All right, so if you've painted the Mona Lisa, then this one is more difficult than the Mona Lisa. I mean, the Mona Lisa is tricky, but it's fairly straightforward. I mean, it's really just a person sitting next to a window or in front of a window. You know, this painting, it's already has more details, folds, fabrics. So, just important to put it in context with the rest of art history and other things we've done throughout these classes together. Oops. So I just mixed the dark color that I had used for some of the shadows on the side of the chair. Mixed that into my warm red to continue to darken my color down. Come on, there we go.
can't get out of my mind. I can't remember who it was brought up that this figure kind of looks a little bit like Macaulay Culkin. That's so funny. Okay, let's blow dry this again. cleaning my blending brush off so that I can use a new one, and that one can start to dry a little bit. Okay, I'm going to take this almost black, really dark brown. I'll bring a little bit of my color in here, but I want it to be very dark. I was going to start painting some big dark shadows, but you know what? I should probably just go back and do a little bit more folds here. Yeah. Got paint all over my keyboard. Oops. Whew. So I might actually end up using black in this painting after all in a few places. We'll see. What should we do next? I think it's worth doing the hands and such. Have we done? Not sure if we've done. How far we've gone here. Not sure if we did a Foreground 3 title card yet, or we were just at 2. Anyway, I want to move on now to painting the face and hands. I previously put a placeholder color there, but now I actually want to start glazing some of the facial features and adding a little bit of life there. That's going to make the painting feel a lot more complete. And then I think once that's done, then we're really starting to get into the finishing touches where I'm going to put maybe some shadows on the floor. Oh, I forgot to put the highlights on the clothing. Okay, so let's go. Let's do the face as planned, and then we'll do some highlights on the clothes. There's not going to be too many of them. So I'm also, maybe while I'm doing this, I'm going to take my white and my warm red, leaning more into the white than anything. I'm going to expand the hat here. I should have done this way earlier, and I've been thinking about it, but you get distracted and you stop. So I mean, this just goes to show that you're never too late to make a change or add something to a painting. So once again, I was talking a little bit while I was muted. I was just mentioning that. Curious how many people are painting today's painting. And saying very few people do these more complex ones, but that's okay. I try to balance it and have some really simple ones, beginner, novice, advanced, so that even if people aren't going to paint a painting like this, they can kind of see how it unfolds and decide for themselves later on if they want to, if they get to this stage, that they could tackle it and it's not totally impossible. You can see that really this particular kind of painting just requires time and patience. I wouldn't say it's extremely difficult. It's just a pain in the butt. Okay. Let's do another skin tone. So I'm going to take my warm. That might be a bit much. Well, let's get rid of. Okay, let's take our warm yellow, warm red. Where am I? Warm yellow, warm red, mix that together here. I'm going to take a little bit of warm blue, that's a lot. Mix these together. Just adding more warm blue there to darken it. And so I could use some of this color here for shading on the face. Let's get... in fact, I'm going to take a bit of this white. We'll lighten it up a little bit. You can see here, right beneath here is the previous skin tone we used. Actually, let's make it just a tad bit darker. So we're going to glaze on this.
Pola says, I am in the whole time since the road outside is slippery. Stay home painting is survival. Hee hee, thanks. I love it, Paula. Yeah, good idea. Stay home, make some art, stay warm, have some hot chocolate. Love it. Okay, did I put glazing fluid in that? Let's put a bit more then. It won't hurt. You just make it a little bit more transparent. Means I might have to do a couple of steps as opposed to like paint a little bit, blow dry it, paint a little bit, blow dry it, but that's okay. Let's get another dry brush here, and this one's perfect for blending. And let's go into it here. Let's bring these guys side by side. So maybe I'm going to start up in the hairline area and paint this in up here. And then I'm just going to blend this in. Right, you don't want to wait too long. Like, I mean, literally, you got 20-30 seconds maximum before you even that glazing fluid, even though it's got chemicals, it's still a drying time on. So you gotta glaze, and if you're planning on blending it out, get in there. Don't wait. I'm going to leave this area here for right now because I want to blow dry that before I start fiddling with it. Let's go underneath the nose. I know there's facial hair here. We'll get to all that soon. Okay, let's leave that for a few minutes. We'll come down here to the hands.
You know, already that's starting to look pretty cool. Just a little bit of shading on those sides really helps. Okay, let's blow dry that. I want to put some more on the temple. So what was I going to? Oh, it's up here. Actually, blow dry that. Okay, so let me take this same color. Let's make it darker now. We're gonna go, where are we here? Maybe you can take a bit of this dark color. The more steps we do here between light and dark, the more subtle, more so-called realistic it will appear. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, I want to go take this color. I'm gonna add some blue into it. I want it to be kind of just almost slightly bluish. This next dark color that I'm going to use for some of the facial hair. To put a little bit of glazing fluid in there. Actually, you know what? I'm still going to put more blue in here. Let's get.
Hey, Paula, thank you so much for the donation during the chat. I appreciate that. That's very cool. Thanks so much. That's very sweet of you. I can't wait to see what you've created today. If you've tried working on this painting, Paula, that would be so interesting to see your version. Actually, no, I could keep it down here. So this outlining that I'm doing here, this is maybe the most difficult part of the painting. And this is the part that probably most people would struggle with the most. And so if you're working on this, you may even want to think about using like a Posca pen instead of trying to paint it with a brush, just because of how difficult it can be. I mean, you can see how big my finger is. That's my pinky finger. Basically, the tip of my pinky finger is bigger than all 5 of those fingers combined, right? I think it's funny, the expression that my guy has is
it's a little bit different. I don't know. You tell me, what is the difference between those expressions? I find it quite funny. Try all that. Okay. Do I want to do... Do I need any highlights on that face? I could probably just walk away happy with that, but maybe let's just take a little bit of white in that flesh color. You know what, I should blow dry that before I start. That's cool. Great. Okay. I might put a highlight on the eye, but let me think it over while I look at the overall painting and try to decide what's left. Because, you know, there's still, I could work on this for 4 more hours easily, and still have more to do, but you know, you get to a point you're like, I don't know, you know, if I had to walk away pretty soon. There's a few things we'll talk about in a moment. I want to do some finishing touches, but I forgot I wanted to put highlights and some more. I could have put more shadows on that hat up here. There's all those beads on his. Okay. Sometimes it feels like there's a never-ending level of detail to some of these paintings. And it is one of those things that the more you look, the more you see. That jacket kind of disappears under here, doesn't it? Okay, the fastest way to, let's say, do these bells and things. Do I want to do, I might skip all the ones on the top of his hat there. I feel like that's a lot of extra work. I'm going to paint this black. The circle's black. And we'll put highlights on them. So I'm putting my warm blue, mixing that into my reds for shadows on the reds. Get this really dark color. It's almost arguably darker than my black can be. Unless I actually use actual black, but the black that I mixed. Or at the very least, it appears really dark because it's, you know, almost a complementary color to red. So the fact that it's blue in the red makes it really pop as a dark, dark, dark color. So let's work our way. Yeah, let's work our way from the waist down. So far I've been working my way from the feet upwards. So maybe let's just kind of go in the opposite direction here. So you can see that I've been darkening and darkening and darkening these pants over and over again and again and again. Because I've been doing layers and layers of glaze. And it's the slow accumulation of all of that darker value that starts to give it real good dimension. Okay, yeah, let's blow dry all that. I thought I muted it. Sorry that was probably pretty loud. So sometimes I manage to mute it and forget to turn it back on. Sometimes I forget to mute it and it's still really loud. I don't know. I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. Suffice to say, I made a boo-boo. My apologies. Sorry for the boo-boo. Oh yes, I was going to do highlights on the clothes, wasn't I? So I'm going to take my warm yellow and mostly warm red. Let's blend that together. And a tiny bit of white. Oops, might be a bit much. I want that highlight to feel maybe more orangey or peachy than pink, as I put a bunch more white in there. I just put some black in there accidentally. Not bad. Did kind of mute it. I was kind of like digging it. I was digging it, man. So I kind of feel like some of these colors I'm putting on right now are too intense. But what I want to do is I'm going to put them down, and then I'm going to glaze back over with my warm red. So I'm just going to do a little bit of pushing of highlights to about as extreme as I want to go. Meaning just kind of going, maybe not quite to white, but close. Okay. Now this is not quite in the original, the way that as much as I'm doing it right now. Definitely pushing the lines here, but I guess I have the camera on me for a little bit, but I'm almost not looking at the original at all at this point. I'm just looking at the at my own painting, trying to discern the logic of whatever I've created here. And if there's a consistent logic in my own painting, then that's good enough. Oh goodness, my back. Oh, killing me. Okay, 7.5 hours into this thing here. The hippie heart says, "Hi Michael, Leslie here in Australia. Looks like I've just come in at the end, but good to watch you live. This one looks tricky. I will head back to the beginning to see the scale of difficulty." I love it. Great. Okay, so maybe let's zoom back out and look at this side by side, so you can see maybe what I'm seeing as I kind of think about the next step here. Okay. Okay, we are close to the end here. So this is a time where I want to kind of go and just clean up a few things and potentially even darken things a little bit more than they already are. I'm pretty happy with the figure, Stańczyk, the Jester himself, but it's things around him like the chair, the curtain, and the tablecloth that I feel could use a little bit more attention. And there's also, I think, a shadow that needs to be on the floor, locating his feet on the floor, locating the chair on the floor. So that's what I want to get up to next here. Okay, so let's look at the original. And we'll look at my version side by side and just sort of take a look. And again, this looks quite orangey on camera, but I assure you it is about as red as it gets here. So, I'm not sure how apparent it is to people watching at home, but these legs just sort of feel like they're floating in the air. Almost, it feels like he could be, I don't know why, but I keep thinking of it as like this chair that has got motorized and he can kind of fly all over the place, and he's just sitting in there and his legs are dangling in this just empty space. So what I need to do, and like what you can see down here in the original, is there's some shadows. Now, I'm kind of starting to run out of steam, so I don't think I'm going to put in the carpet as it is there. But I do think that I could put in a shadow, and that could work quite nicely. So this might be a time where I might actually use my black paint. Here. I haven't used my black in a while. Now I could mix a black, but I've kind of gone as far black as I can go with my colors. So I need to mix something that's even darker than the black that I can mix. Now I could mix this black into some colors or use it on its own. If I'd use it on its own, it would have to be something right up close, like maybe the feet. I don't really want to put black in the background so much because that's going to confuse the space a little bit. So I kind of like that my background here is this really dark purpley black that I mixed earlier. So let's look at this cool red we've got down here in the bottom. And I mean, I just want to think about the direction of the light here. It's kind of strange. Like, we have, it appears that there's obviously a light source off to the bottom left, or just kind of, you know, straight in front of him, which is casting shadows from his hands onto his waist, legs behind him, head onto the back of the collar there. Yeah. Okay, so what should we do? We want to mix this dark color. So let's take I'm going to take my cool blue, or sorry, my warm blue, since I got lots of it left. My warm blue, make a nice purple color. Now that color, well, actually, I was going to say that It's hard to say. I think that's darker already. You know what? Do I want to use a... that might be kind of silly if I make it purple shadow. So I'm going to take my black, mix it into here. It'll still be a purple shadow, but maybe not quite as vibrant as it would have been otherwise. I like this. I like it so much that I might double my recipe and use it elsewhere. So I got my warm blue, cool red mixed together. And I'm taking some black. I don't really need a lot of it. Black goes pretty far. It's a nice, beautiful, dark color, but I'm going to put in a good amount of glaze. That way, if I go too dark too quickly, I can always wipe it away. Or what would be preferable is just, so I don't go too dark too quickly, and I just sort of keep building layer after layer until I get to where I want to be. You know what, I'm just going to give everything a nice blow dry before I do this. That ensures that I don't have any, I can wipe it away if I don't like it. Yes, this is what it needed. It needed a little bit of a kick into the darker shades here. So this is why I like reserving black to the very, very, very end in case I needed. Because if I had done this whole painting with black, then if I got to this stage, I mean, you can't get any darker than black itself, right? And it's like, well, I guess I could lighten some things to try to get it darker, but I'd be totally out of luck. So here I can get the effects I want. Now that there's actual black in here, those legs are just leaping forward. They really pop. In fact, if anything, I just have to be careful not to totally overdo this. So I'm rushing through this stage of the painting. If this was my own painting, you know, I would spend this could be a process that I would spend days on, right? I'm sure that Jan himself would have taken his sweet time on this, because this is the very end of the painting and you want those final brush strokes to be perfect. Right, so while I'm flying all over the place doing this, the actual best practice would be to just go very slow. Because after you spend all that time working on a painting, you don't want to just try to get it done in the last 5 minutes. No, this would be, I should probably blow dry that. That would be easier to do. Okay, so I'm pretty happy. At the moment, obviously I could continue working on this forever. I'm just trying to decide where the priorities lie and if indeed I can just let it go here. Okay, let's look at this weird curtain thing I created. Oh my goodness. I could totally de-emphasize that if I wanted. Or I can just go with it. Let me think about it while I want to do a little bit of highlights on the chair. Okay, so what do I want? I want brown. I don't have to mix a new one. Let's see if I can get away with some of these colors that are still here. Not bad. Basically, I just made a brown, or basically a kind of skin tone using my warm red, warm yellow, and warm blue. Added a little bit of white into it. Moment that's fairly subtle. I'm going to amp it up with more white soon. Oops. Now, there's no big highlight up there, but I'm still going to put one. A subtle one up top here. Oops. Okay, I think that's, oh yeah, I was going to go a little bit lighter. So let's take more white. Okay, because I've done that, I feel like I do need a few more little pops of reflections on the back of this chair here. Again, I know it's not in the original, but oops. Since I've done those big highlights there, it does make me feel like I need to do just a few more elsewhere. Like maybe pants. Where could I put something down here? Okay. How about this paper here? I think I need to go pure white. This has got a bit of a pink quality to it. don't know. I'm the strange parts of this painting kind of growing on me. That weird shape there. Okay. Let's go to the eyes. Want to do any more darkening? Hippie Heart says, glad I hung in till the end. I can't believe you've been painting for over 6 hours. Epic effort. Yeah, well, we're just past the 8-hour mark when I began this episode. Began in the episode at 11 o'clock this morning. It's almost 7:30. Now, how do I feel about that weird thing in the background? Okay, I think I need to blow dry that because I'm just moving paint around. So the thinking in my head is, with this curtain, is there something I can do in just a couple of minutes, because that's about the amount of attention span I've got remaining, that could resolve it? Could I just put a bunch of black on it and completely darken it, and would that just solve things, make it go away? I don't think there's a quick and easy solution here. So sometimes the best solution is just to leave it. I mean, we could put gray over top of it. I don't know, guys. I think okay. Oops, none of that's on camera anyway, so let's go to our Whew. Okay. LGM says, looking good. Thank you, my friend. Wow, we are here. Whew, we made it to the end. Again, as I said, I could continue working on this until the end of time, but I feel pretty happy. Good enough that I can be able to walk away, or as my grandfather used to say, good enough for government work. So here we are. Let's compare side by side. Before we do so, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. We're going to be doing another one tomorrow based on Gabriela Munter's figure with landscape, which is much easier than this one. If you want to support the channel with a couple dollars, $5 donation, that would be awesome. If you scan the QR code or enter in that web address above for paypal.me/markowskyart, it takes you to this page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. And if you want to send an e-transfer, check in the mail, money order, or use the YouTube super chat like Paula did earlier in the chat, feel free to do so. I much appreciate that. As a heads up, each one of these episodes makes about $2 to $5 a piece. And considering all the time and effort goes into them, it's certainly not worth my time or to do these, but I do them because it's fun. I know people get a lot out of it, so if you've got an extra couple dollars laying around, that helps. I'm going to have to buy new cameras. That one's on its end pretty soon. I encourage you to join the Facebook group. Upload your artwork to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your achievement and I can give you free feedback. Our next free feedback bonus episode is going to take place in mid-February, so a few weeks, 3 weeks or so from now. So if you want to participate in that, I still give people free feedback on the drawing course that I did 5 years ago that has 3 million views. If you're just starting it now, you got a few weeks to get going and upload your work to the group. Okay. So, that's just for reminder's sake, that's the original painting. Here's a cropped version of the original, and then here's a version where I brightened the colors up significantly so we can see some of the details. And then let's look at them side by side and compare and contrast, see what's working, what didn't, what we could have done a little bit differently. And obviously there's lots of notable differences the more and more I look here. I haven't really compared them side by side for a little while now. So it's let's dive in. Where should we zoom into first? Well, let's do something like that. Okay, now we're getting some strange reflections on this side. I'm gonna have to move my lights around. But I'm going to start actually right up here with the curtain. And we'll just look at my... Well, you know, in all seriousness, this strange turtle shape, as it was referred to earlier, this is really one of the first things I did in this painting in terms of adding any kind of detail. And as I mentioned when I did it, this is an area I was, practicing in here, building up confidence, because I wanted to be able to bring my A game to the figure itself, because people probably aren't going to be looking at this space. Now they are. They're probably like, what on earth is that? And it is strange and weird, silly, but I also don't mind it. We'll see. you know, it's possible in a few weeks I'll just like, oh my goodness, how did I let that stand? But, you know, some of the reasons why it's not succeeding is that there's no logic to these folds, right? It's like an artificial intelligence version of folds. It doesn't make any sense. Part of that is because I put this fold down here maybe way too low. It should maybe have been up here. That would have given me some room to put the folds going under. But I just kept it and kept working on it, and then decided just to move on. It doesn't bother me so much. I kind of, in the spirit of this painting, think it's kind of funny and strange. And since this is a painting about a sad clown, it makes some sense that there's also some kind of weird blob floating next to him. I don't know. You tell me if... as I said, I couldn't think of a quick solution that wouldn't require another couple of hours to completely repaint that. So I'm just going to embrace it and move on. Next up is I want to just sort of look at the paper here. Now, technically, this paper is quite significant because it really tells us why he's so distraught. On the bottom there, it says the name of the town of Smolensk and the date of the invasion of Smolensk, talking about how the Russians had overrun that town and occupied it, and it was no longer part of Poland, and therefore the beginning of the end of Poland as a country. I could not be bothered to try to very carefully write Smolensk on here. It's enough for me that paper's there. There was also that rag or something that was on there, maybe the towel that the Jester was using to clean or wipe his sweat away is on top there. I just omitted it entirely. I kind of like how it turned out. Painting all those kinds of little folds on the paper is a little bit tricky, but I kind of like how it turned out, and put a little shadow underneath there just so it has some dimension. I think this is supposed to be the seal, like a wax seal. Kind of quite doesn't make a lot of sense having it right there. Probably would have made more sense had it been on the edge. But anyway, I'm fine moving on from there. Let's continue downward. So we've got this, the drapery, like the tablecloth here. You can see I really exaggerated and oversimplified this to the point where it kind of looks like a cubist kind of form. Again, not intentional, but I kind of, if I had more time, I would, there's that beautiful patterning going on, and that pattern can go a long way to help give that fabric some form. Those lines are almost too straight. They should be just a little bit looser. Like it almost looks like it's caught under his foot, making the fabric taut. But I don't know. It's okay. Like some of this shape here, it's kind of maybe hard to see right now, but there's a curve that I put in there. That helps break up the solidity of this form and make it look a little bit more flowy and organic. Maybe I'll just show you that here. This curve, I mean, it's very subtle, but I think it does it's actually doing some pretty heavy lifting, so I like that. Maybe let's go right to the feet here. So one thing you'll notice quite immediately about the feet is I didn't bother to paint the rug on the floor at all. It's some beautiful pattern. I mean, even though he did it actually kind of quickly, even for me, that's still, I mean, quickly for him would have been maybe a couple of days worth of painting. For me, I'm just I'm out of steam, so I'm going to leave that. But this would have been probably a good color to use as the undercolor for those kind of tan colors of the rug, to have this color showing through. feet and the shoes. I will say that I'm very pleased at how well this black, this is the actual black from the tube, of grounding the chair and the feet of the Jester here, so that he doesn't look like he's floating in the air or on a chair that's sliding down a hill or something. That they feel grounded in space, and I'm very, very happy with that. You'll notice, I guess if we look at the chair here, you'll notice that the chair is obviously way more complex. It's got all sorts of details to it, and I just took all of those details out. I made it about as easy as possible for me to paint. Let's just continue this so you can see. It's also much brighter. I mean, you can't even really see that back leg of the chair. Is so faint, right? Like, what are these details there? What is that part of the woodwork? It's hard to tell. Right, same sort of thing if we go up here. You know, this makes this chair decidedly modern, right? No chair would have looked like this 200 years ago, certainly not 500 years ago, when, according, you know, because that's what we're depicting here, something from the early 1500s. And so this chair is the kind of chair you can get at IKEA. No one would have made a chair so simple without any flourishes, serifs kind of on there at all. Really, as this chair, the most lavish flourish on here is just these curved parts on the ends of the armrest. So let's go up. In terms of his clothes, you'll notice I didn't bother doing this, I don't know how you would refer to that, like almost like a lizard skin pattern, the checkerboard, well, not quite checkerboard, but just that grid on his sleeve. I think that, you know, again, it's just more complex than I need to get into. You'll notice on the back of the chair we've got all of these kind of little rivets, not rivets, but like finishing nails that are there, probably holding the fabric in place for the cushions. Again, I just totally simplified that whole thing. Let's go up and over. Well, maybe let's go right to the hands first. And I like how those hands turned out, just considering the scale. Like, that's my index finger there, and you can see that it's so painting all of that. If you're trying to paint this painting, just forgive yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself when you're trying to do something like that. I mean, I didn't really even bother painting any of the shadows and the wrinkles. I just put a little bit of white there for the fingernails because they're a little bit reflective. Otherwise, oh yes, there's also this necklace here. I'm not going to bother painting that. I think I'm just going to leave that as is. Like, there could have been more work in there for sure. And then let's wrap it up here with the portrait of the Jester. There, here, Stańczyk. Again, this looks very orange on camera. It's definitely about as red as it can go in terms of warm red. You'll notice I removed all of those, I don't know, bells perhaps that are on his hat. I left the ones on the 3 points of the Jester's hat, and that's probably good enough. That's just more busy work. And something about this painting, you know, since there's so little detail elsewhere, putting a lot more of that detail right on his hat would have just felt like really top heavy. So I kind of made for efficiency purposes, and I think for clarity, it makes sense to have those removed. All right. In terms of his expression, I think in mine he looks really despondent. He looks really sad. Versus in the original, he still feels like he's got some agency, like he's kind of plotting his next step. Like he's upset, frustrated. He recognizes what the loss of Smolensk actually means, but he's whereas here he just feels like totally defeated. He's definitely very sad. Like and he's with both of these, but particularly mine, I feel like he's got a little bit more of that 1,000-yard stare, as they say. Like there could be somebody standing right in front of him, and he's just looking right through their body. Okay. I think I learned a lot just watching. Thank you, and good night. Well, thank you, Katie. And thank you, everyone who's been keeping me company over the past few hours, 8.5 hours here, as we did today's painting. As I always say, every time you're making art, looking at art, talking about art, thinking about art, you are making the world a better place. We know the health benefits of art and the reason why art therapy is so important, such a growing industry these days. But I think about how making art has effects beyond ourselves. It inspires the people around us to choose creativity and to be productive and to be creative, as opposed to being destructive and violent. Imagine if our world leaders just took a painting class, just learned violin or dance or guitar, and tried to find creative outlets for their negative emotions. How much safer our world would be. And since I got a 6.5-year-old daughter who grows it every single day, I want her to grow up in the safest, most peaceful place on Earth. Or I want Earth to be a safe and peaceful place. So thanks for helping to make her world and our world a better, safer, more beautiful place. We'll see you again next episode, which is tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a great night, everybody. Until then, we'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.